Good morning, everyone. This budget briefing is hereby resumed. Committee Secretary, please acknowledge.
I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the following guests: resource persons from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by its Secretary, Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga. We have also Jose Joaquin Yulo Loizaga, the Head Executive Assistant, Marilu G. Amy, and Chief of Staff and Undersecretary of Strategic Communications. We have also General Agosto de la Peña, Undersecretary for Organizational Transformation and Human Resources. We have also Attorney Ignatius Rodriguez, Undersecretary for Special Concerns and Legislative Affairs. We have Attorney Ernesto D. Adobo Jr., Undersecretary for Legal Administration. We have Attorney Jonas Arlones, Undersecretary for Policy, Planning and International Affairs. Attorney Annalisa Revueltate, Undersecretary for Finance, Information Systems and Climate Change. We have also Attorney Jose Miguel Ticuna, Undersecretary for Field Operations, Luzon, Visayas, and Undersecretary Jose Marcus F. Ragada, Undersecretary for Field Operations in Mindanao. We have also Assistant Secretaries, Engineer Nonita S. Kagiwa, Assistant Secretary for Finance, Information Systems and Mining Concerns, Marshall C. Amaro Jr., Assistant Secretary for Policy, Planning and Foreign Assisted and Special Projects in concurrent capacity as Director, Biodiversity Management Bureau. We have also Arlite J. Adorable, OIC Assistant Secretary for Field Operations, Western Mindanao in concurrent capacity as Director, Forest Management Bureau. We have also Director Maria Lourdes G. Ferrer, Ecosystems Research Development Bureau, Attorney Emily V. Talabis, Director Land Management Bureau, and Gilbert C. Gonzalez, OIC Assistant Secretary for Field Operations, Luzon and Visayas, in concurrent capacity as Director, Environment and Management Bureau, Attorney Danilo U. Oykeng, OIC Director, Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Attorney Sinando A. Santiago, General Manager, Laguna Lake Development Authority, Peter N. Chanco, Administrator, National Mapping Resource Information Authority, Alexander M. Linde, Officer in Charge, Natural Resource Development Corporation, Sevilio D. David Jr., Executive Director, National Water Resources Board, Chodoro Jose Mata, Executive Director, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, and Attorney Alberto Bisipaco Jr., Chairman, President, and CEO, Philippine Mining Development Corporations. Likewise, may we also acknowledge the presence of the following House members in this budget briefing. We have Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Y. Palma, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. We have Senior Vice Chair Stella Luz A. Kimbo, Vice Chair Jose C. Alvarez, Vice Chair Joboy S. Aquino, Vice Chair Ching B. Vernos, Vice Chair Raul Angelo Gil Bungalon, Deputy Majority Leader Janet Garin. We have also Vice Chair Francisco Jose Bingo Matugas II. We have also Vice Chair Alfonso Omali, Vice Chair Jose Maria R. Subiri. We have Representative Yaser Alonto Balindong, also Representative Edgar M. Chato, Representative Solomon R. Chongalao, Representative Jerwil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, Representative Salvador A. Plato, Representative Michael L. Romero, Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino, Representative Romeo Acop, Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers, Representative Raul Manuel Daniel A. Manuel, and Representative Ron P. Salo, and Representative Mark Go. That's all, Madam Chair.
Salamat. So, once again, welcome to the DENR family on behalf of our APRO Chair, the Honorable Elizalde. Today, as we hear the proposed budget of the DENR for fiscal year 2024, let us also acknowledge and appreciate its paramount significance in our nation's journey towards sustainable development and the responsible management of our precious natural resources. As the steward entrusted with safeguarding our environment, it plays a pivotal role that extends far beyond administrative boundaries. It carries the weight of preserving the delicate balance between human progress and the preservation of our natural heritage. Our nation's diverse ecosystems, rich biodiversity, and abundant natural resources are the cornerstones of our prosperity and well-being. They provide us with essential goods such as clean air, water, fertile soil, and renewable energy sources. They serve as a source of inspiration, recreation, and solace for our citizens. However, this abundance comes with a profound responsibility to protect and preserve these resources for current and future generations. The DNR holds the mantle of this responsibility, acting as both guardian and guide. It formulates policies, enforces regulations, and fosters awareness, working tirelessly to mitigate the adverse impacts of human activities on our environment. In its role as steward, it navigates a delicate intersection between progress and preservation, confronting challenges as deforestation, pollution, climate change, and loss of biodiversity, recognizing that a healthy environment is intrinsically linked to the well-being of our citizens and the stability of our nation. As we stand at a crucial juncture in history with global concerns about the environment reaching unprecedented heights, it must oversee and implement environmental policies, regulations, and programs that promote sustainable development, conservation of natural resources, and the reduction of environmental degradation. Finally, the department holds the mantle of a noble mission to safeguard our nation's natural resources and ensure a harmonious coexistence between humanity and the environment. Its efforts resonate not only within our borders, but echoes globally as a testament to our dedication to a sustainable future. Let us acknowledge and support the vital role that the DNR plays as we collectively strive to be responsible stewards of our planet. To the DNR family under the stewardship of Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, welcome, and thank you for joining us this morning. Marhay na aga sa Indogabos. Again, Secretary Loizaga, you may now proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. To the honorable gentlemen and ladies of the 19th Congress, a very good morning to all of you. Please allow me to begin our statement today with 3 quotes from the President. During the first DNR Multi-Stakeholder Forum in October 2022, President Marcos said, "I have always believed that there is no greater shared responsibility than the care of our environment. As your President, I assure you that our environment and our country's resiliency and adaptation to the new normals of climate change are on top of the national agenda." In his State of the Nation address this July, the President also stated the following: "We remain committed to global decarbonization goals and the reduction of our carbon footprint. We preserve and protect the treasure that is our forests. Their value to the environment, to the ecology, and the economy is incalculable." And finally, he stated, "The economic agenda cannot and will not ever be incompatible with our climate change agenda. Climate change is now an important criterion in our integral national policies in integrated planning, decision-making, up to implementation of programs. The potential advantages of such enlightened policies extend to jobs and livelihoods with the unlocking of the development of the green and blue economies." These pronouncements are manifested in ways the DNR is currently prioritizing investments in the protection of our environment, the conservation and regeneration of our ecosystems as part of climate change action. The DNR has adopted a science-informed systems approach to policy development and program design and implementation to safeguard the ecological integrity of our green and blue environments. We are integrating climate action to build resilience in order to achieve an inclusive and sustainable development. Sustainable development is said to be a bankable concept in the sense that it invests in the present for the benefit of future generations. Hence, risk-informed financing of our environmental strategies, such as funding for biodiversity conservation and pollution management, is fundamental to preserving and enhancing our natural capital and ensuring the survival of the ecosystems that are the life support of our communities and our country. For 2024, the DENR is respectfully requesting a total budget of 24,571,827,000 pesos. This environmental financing is directed towards addressing the complex policy area composed of several subsectors, including forests, biodiversity, coastal and marine resources, minerals, lands, air, and water. The proposed budget incorporates a geospatial approach to identifying, accounting, and valuing our natural resources and the integrated and strategic planning required to de-risk development decisions. The proposed investment in environmental and climate resilient ecosystems supports the nexus governance needed to deliver multiple social, economic, and environmental benefits from a single action. These require decision support systems that consider cascading risk across time horizons and the need for circularity in resource management. Securing adequate financing for the science, technology, engineering, innovations, and human resources required for sustainable development has been challenging not only for this department and this country, but for all developing countries. But the protection of our ecosystems that support economic growth and inclusive development are possible through the support of visionary leadership and this legislature. The impacts of the resources that the DENR is given will be multiplied by adopting a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. We aim to use these resources to build the trust and confidence of our communities, the private sector, academia, and development partners to further our goals for the present and for the future. This journey is not easy. Financing the DENR's investments in nature and climate resilience means tackling water supply and governance, forest protection and development, biodiversity conservation, improvement in air, land, and water quality, and mineral resources development, in turn to ensure food, energy, water, and human security. Mr. Chair, for the women and men of the DENR, our place of work covers 30 million hectares of land, 36,000 kilometers of coastline, over 2 million square kilometers of waters, classified forest lands in the 15 million hectares. We have critical and varied habitats and diverse ecosystems that must be sustained to support our natural resource needs as a developing country. We are one of the most megadiverse, but we are also one of the world's hotspots for illegal wildlife trade. However, our forests can sequester carbon. Our minerals can transform and power us into the digital and low-carbon future. Our seas play an important part of climate regulation globally. We are at the apex of the Coral Triangle and the host of the Center of Marine Shorefish Biodiversity. Our reefs support food security not only locally for our communities, but even beyond our region. Given the magnitude and complexity of our tasks, we respectfully urge our legislature to join us on this journey. We trust in your sincere support as we continue with our mission of protecting, conserving, and managing our environment and natural resources. Thank you very much, and please allow us to show you a brief audiovisual presentation on the highlights of the department's accomplishments and the features of the 2024 budget proposal. We continue to hope that you will also consider enhancing our requests locally as we journey together both towards our green and blue futures. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. start.
Comsec, could you kindly check the audio? Um,
Madam Chair, kung matagal pa yan, pwede natin dispense with because all of that is contained here. So, let's go.
Or perhaps maybe the secretary can just show us a summary of your budget. Maybe just you have here your proposed 2024 budget. Can you just explain the slide, Madam Secretary? And we can do with that for now. And maybe just some remarks on your current utilization, the utilization of the current budget. Yes,
Chair,
may proceed.
may we begin?
Yeah.
So for the total number of our requested budget of 24,571,000,827,000, we have a budget breakdown as follows. For the Office of the Secretary, which includes the Central Office, 4 staff bureaus, 16 regional offices, 76 penros, and 146 penros, we have a value of 18,627,000. It's like 627,264,000. For the Environmental Management Bureau, we have a total of 2,573,571,000. For the Mines and Geoscience Bureau, we have a total of 1.4 billion, 1.471449,000. For NAMRIA, our National Mapping and Resource Information Agency, we have a total budget request of 1,594,018,000. For the NWRB, the National Water Resources Board, we have a total request of 210,923,000. And for the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, we have a request of 94,602. if I may, we could go on to the budget utilization.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In 2018, our budget utilization based on the amount of 26,994,470,000 was 95.24%. In 2019, based on the amount of 25,657,681,000, utilization was 96.58%. In 2022, based on the amount of 22,251,923,000, utilization was 92.58%. In 2021, based on the amount of 25,050,729,000, budget utilization was 96.91%. In 2022, based on the amount of 27,212,366,000, budget utilization was 94.55%. And in 2023, as of June, 24,428,432,000. In June, our utilization was 51.65%.
The Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
All right, so it's apparently working now. So we can now proceed with the
video.
Can it be heard? Okay. All right, let's proceed with the video. Thank you.
Is honored to present its budget proposal for fiscal year 2024. The DENR aligns its priority, thrusts, and directions with the President's pronouncement that our environment and our country's resiliency and adaptation to the new normals of climate change are on top of the national agenda by pursuing green and blue economy, creating green jobs, and establishing livable and sustainable communities. The 2024 budget proposal operationalizes the implementation of the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 on increasing climate and disaster risk resilience of communities and ecosystems, enabling low-carbon economy transition and establishment of livable communities. The DENR is adopting a climate risk lens in planning and policy formulation. This led to the establishment of a national geospatial database for natural resources, which provides the integration of climate-related and geospatial data for integrated planning and informed policy and decision-making. The Geospatial Database Office was created and use cases for geospatial information were developed. To support the DENR's priorities, the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 under the National Expenditure Program, or NEP, amounts to 24.5 billion pesos, 11.2 billion pesos for maintenance and operating expenses, 9 billion pesos for personnel service, and 3.3 billion pesos for capital outlay. The central office, staff bureaus, regional offices including Penros, Senros are allocated with 18 billion pesos, Environmental Management Bureau with 2.57 billion pesos, Mines and Geosciences Bureau with 1.47 billion pesos, National Mapping Resource and Information Authority with 1.59 billion pesos, National Water Resources Board with 210 million pesos, and Philippine Council for Sustainable Development staff with 94 million pesos. The key deliverables of the bureaus and attached agencies for natural resource enforcement, regulatory conservation, and development are identified for funding. Targets under PDP regarding the 25% increase in forest cover by 2028, increase in employment generated from resource-based enterprises and area of green spaces, as well as the enhancement of forestry production efficiency are considered in the budget proposal. It is to be noted that from 2010 to 2020, forest cover increased by 5.65%. Under the National Greening Program, over 2.2 million hectares of plantation were established, employing more than 800,000 individuals and generating 6.1 million jobs. 2.49 billion pesos is allocated for the development of 31,000 hectares of plantation and production of 19 million seedlings, maintenance of 95,000 hectares of plantation, and assessment of 42,000 hectares of graduate graduated sites. For soil conservation and watershed management, 370 million pesos is allocated for the preparation of integrated watershed management plans and the construction of small water impounding systems and gabions. 68 million pesos is also allotted for the updating and implementation of river basin master plans and strengthening of river basin organizations. 20 million board feet of confiscated forest products were recovered with an estimated market value of 691 million pesos. Illegal logging hotspots were reduced from 18 to 16 in 2022. 952 million pesos is allotted for forest patrolling, hiring of forest protection officers, and inventory of production forest for potential investment. 109 million pesos is allotted for the operationalization of 43 regional anti-illegal logging task force nationwide. This includes the 22 million pesos allocation for the Environmental Law Enforcement and Protection Service, PDP targets on the increase of green spaces, expansion of marine protected areas, effective management of inland wetlands and caves, and establishment of biodiversity-friendly enterprises are considered for funding. On protected area development and management, 248 protected areas covering 7.79 million hectares are being conserved. 1 billion pesos is allotted for the conduct of protected area suitability assessment, survey and registration of protected area occupants, assessment and classification of caves, and profiling of inland wetlands. The Urban Biodiversity Program is implemented in 5 major cities. Almost 7,000 hectares of green spaces in 15 cities were profiled and assessed. Considered as one of the 18 mega biodiverse countries, the Philippines is home to 22,000 faunal species and more than 11,000 species of flora. It is also one of the world's biodiversity hotspots, with at least 2,000 threatened species. There are currently 300 pairs of Philippine eagles, 600 tamarao individuals, and over 200 individuals of Philippine crocodiles in the wild. To move them away from the risk of extinction, the population threshold must be met. 86 million pesos is allotted for the monitoring and protection of priority threatened species, establishment of critical habitats for threatened species, mobilization of wildlife traffic monitoring units, training for wildlife enforcement officers, and conduct of wildlife disease surveillance. Known as the 6th country with the longest coastlines in the world, the estimated area of extent of the Philippine coral reefs is about 1.2 million hectares. Mangrove forests is around 300,000 hectares, while seagrass beds almost at 500,000 hectares. To conserve the resources, 216 million pesos is allotted for the establishment and strengthening of marine protected area networks, habitat and water quality monitoring, enhancement of biodiversity-friendly enterprises, and provision of technical assistance to local government units in mainstreaming ICM to their existing comprehensive land use plans. For Palawan, management of environmentally critical areas network, wildlife management, sea-based research, and environmental monitoring, including the West Philippine Sea, are being pursued. 94 million pesos is allocated for PCSD. 511 million pesos is allotted for the issuance of residential and agricultural free patents, cleansing of the digital cadastral database from the lands, and completion of data capture. The target to increase the issuance of agricultural and residential free patents is included for funding. However, this is proposed to be revisited to consider food security, settlements, and other requirements due to climate change and disaster risk reduction and management. Water security and resiliency to water hazards will be prioritized. The President issued Executive Order 22, creating the Water Resources Management Office, integrating the National Water Resources Board, MWSS, LUA, and other water-related agencies in the DENR. 63 million pesos is allotted for the development of policies and projects on integrated water resources management and establishment of water and sanitation data. From the 25 groundwater constraint areas identified, 12 groundwater management plans were developed, 10 ground monitoring wells were established, with 15 still remaining. Comprehensive water resource assessment was also conducted in 7 major river basins, providing science-based information on the aquifer condition. 64 million pesos is earmarked for the issuance of water permit and certificate of public convenience, inspection of water meters and water sources, and establishment of groundwater monitoring wells in water-constrained areas. The budget proposal supports the target to improve air quality nationwide by increasing the number of highly urbanized centers within ambient air quality guideline values for PM10 and PM2.5. Continuous real-time ambient air quality monitoring results show average concentration of PM10 has improved by 63%, while PM2.5 is still below the guideline value. 145 million pesos is allotted for the monitoring of business establishments, issuance of permits to operate, operationalization and maintenance of airsheds and air quality monitoring stations. Activities to increase the percentage of water bodies conforming with water quality guideline values in support to water supply, food production, and primary contact recreation use is likewise considered for funding. Levels of dissolved oxygen, biochemical oxygen demand, and fecal coliform in 29 priority rivers and recreational water bodies passed the water quality guidelines in 2022. Out of 1,142 water bodies, 1,033 were already classified. Of the remaining unclassified, 29 are targeted for classification. For 2024, 318 million pesos is allotted for the maintenance of water quality monitoring stations, designation of water quality management areas, classification and monitoring of water bodies. Significant improvement in the water quality was observed in some areas in Manila Bay. River mouths and outfall stations in regions 3 and 4A showed decline in fecal coliform from 2021 to 2022 by about 100 mpn per 100 ml in Region 3 and about 80,000 mpn per 100 ml in Region 4A. NCR also showed the same positive result. However, to reach the standard of 100 mpn per 100 ml, much remains to be done. Bathing beaches in Region 3, NCR, and Region 4A showed significant decrease in fecal coliform levels. The Navotas Fishport in NCR showed massive drop in fecal coliform levels from 1.4 million mpn per 100 ml in 2021 to only 99,000 mpn per 100 ml in 2022. 1.490 billion pesos is allocated for the clearing, grubbing, desilting, and removal of submerged garbage, operation and maintenance of 5 existing sewerage treatment plants, and construction of additional 2 STPs in Manila Bay to further improve its water quality. Increase in the number of barangays served with materials recovery facilities from 16,000 to 17,000 in 2024, and cities, municipalities served by sanitary landfill from 485 to 578 by 2024 will be pursued. 1,287 solid waste management plans were approved out of the 1,592 cities, municipalities, and provinces nationwide. Operational sanitary landfills increased to 287, servicing 567 LGUs nationwide. Additional 142 materials recovery facilities were established, bringing the total to 11,779 MRF servicing 45% or 17,636 barangays nationwide. 261 million pesos is allotted for the approval of solid waste management plans and monitoring the rehabilitation of closed dump sites, materials recovery facilities, and sanitary landfills. This includes the 20 million pesos allocated for the implementation of the Extended Producers Responsibility Act. 12,000 hazardous waste generators, treatment storage and disposal facilities, and transporters were monitored. Several permits were issued for the online hazardous waste manifest system. 43 million pesos is allotted for the monitoring of TSD facilities and issuance of TSD registration certificates. The target to increase the percentage of surface metallic mines compliant with the safety and health, environmental and social development and management programs, and the percentage of Minahang Bayan are included in the budget proposal. The development of value-adding activities and downstream industries of the mining sector and strengthening of public and private sector collaboration in emerging knowledge and technology-intensive industries such as smart mining is likewise considered for funding. For small-scale mining, 53 Minahang Bayan areas have been declared and 26 small-scale mining contracts have been issued. As of December 2022, the mining sector has generated over 238 billion pesos in metallic mineral production value, 7.5 billion US dollars in mineral export value, 152.8 billion pesos in gross value added, and 42.3 billion pesos in taxes, fees, and royalties collected, generating more than 200,000 jobs nationwide. 48 million seedlings were planted in 40,000 hectares through the Mining Forest Program. A total of 11 billion pesos has been collected from mineral reservation royalties since 2016. 450 million pesos has already been released and utilized from royalties for special projects and development of other mineral reservations. 107 million pesos is allocated for the issuance of mining permits, monitoring and declaration of Minhang Bayan sites. Through the geohazard assessment, flood and landslide-prone areas were identified for key interventions. For 2024, 8 million pesos is allotted for the development of resilience roadmaps with investment portfolio for local government units. Funds will also be provided for watershed characterization and green assessment of the natural ecosystems for the restoration of destroyed areas due to typhoons. The geospatial database portal maintenance that houses geohazard map for informed planning will be maintained and enhanced. 230 million pesos is allocated for geohazard maps, including karst subsidence hazard mapping. Geohazards Operations Center will be maintained. The target to increase the mitigated greenhouse gas emissions in the industrial process and product use and waste sectors will be supported. 6 million pesos is allocated for the conduct of capacity building on greenhouse gas inventory, focusing on 19 major urban cities. The production of digital line maps has been completed. Production of new cycle topographic maps, cycle charts, and electronic navigational charts are being implemented. Targets for hydrographic nautical charting, topographic mapping, and geodetic reference chart will be continued. 1 billion pesos is allocated for the maintenance of survey vessels and resource assessment and mapping of forest land evaluation and mapping, land cover, coastal resource, existing land use. 94 million pesos is allocated for the research centers and for relevant research and development projects. Information and communication technology will be funded to support data integration and analytics, geospatial technology, modernization, and instituting resilient ICT operation and digital workforce. 585 million pesos is allotted for the establishment of the National Geospatial Database for natural resources, enhanced monitoring through satellite remote sensing, and cyber risk assessment. Out of 5.768 trillion pesos proposed national budget, 24.572 billion pesos, or 0.43% is allocated for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for fiscal year 2024. The DENR's average annual budget is 23.7 billion pesos, or 0.58% of the average national budget. For 2024, the department has an allocation of 24.572 billion pesos, with an increase of 5.49% from the 2023 budget. Investing in the sustainability of the environment and natural resource management is key to addressing climate change and ensuring inclusive and resilient development. The DENR humbly requests the approval of its budget proposal for 2024. As the President says, the preservation of the environment is the preservation of life. Our environment, our life.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just echo the final statements of the presentation. The DNR's budget is 0.44% of 1% of the total budget of the country, and yet we are actually tasked with an enormous and complex mandate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this point, I'd like to introduce the sponsors of the DNR budget. The lead sponsor is the Honorable Jose Alvarez, and the co-sponsors are the Honorable Raul Angelo Jill Bongalon. We also have the Honorable Janet Garin, who is somewhere walking around, right? And we have the Honorable Alfonso O'Malley Jr., and we also have Congressman Alan T., the Honorable Baby Alain Vargas Alonso, and the Honorable Teodoro Haresco Jr. Right, so sila pong tutulong sa atin sa plenary debates. All right, so at this point, I yield the chair to the Honorable Jose Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We now proceed to the presentation and deliberation of the budget of the DNR. But may I, in the first place, may I remind everyone present, our distinguished colleagues, that each member is given 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell sound, it means you have 30 seconds to wind up your questions. As part of the long-standing respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House, followed by the majority members in alternating manner. The Chair recognizes the minority. Honorable Raul Manuel, are you here? Since Honorable Raul Manuel do not have the questions ready, our Assistant Minority Leader, Marisa Magsinok. You have the chair.
Hello. Good morning po to our Secretary Loizaga and the DNR family. Nagpapalit lang po ako kay Kong Manuel because I have to go to the other committee hearing as the lead po. Maraming salamat po for that. Madam Chair, I would like to say that the operational plan for the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy is a major, long-going project of the DNR and which aims to restore the water quality of Manila Bay. In accordance with Supreme Court decision in MMDA versus Concerned Citizens of Manila in 2008, this year, 2023, the program has an allocation of 1.533 billion pesos, while its proposed budget for 2024 is 1.393 billion pesos. I understand that the Dolomite Sand Project in the Manila Bay area, a beach nourishment project, is a joint undertaking between the DNR and the DPWH. In this project, is this part of the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy, Secretary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The beach nourishment project was part of a project for the the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. Initially, as far as to the best of my knowledge, it was not part of the operational plan. However, it was developed in the recent years to be included into the strategy for the rehabilitation of Manila Bay.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may continue. Mr. Chair, if I may continue.
Please go ahead.
Thank you po. So far, 389 million pesos was initially expended for the project, and another 265 million pesos was allotted for the second phase of the project, or a total of 654 million pesos, and the project is supposed to have been completed last year, 2022. Were these expenditures taken from the budget of Manila Bay's Coastal Strategy Project, but as the Secretary said, this is part of the reclamation that I will have to go into in a little while. What is now the status of the project, and may we know, did we achieve the objectives of the project, and it is worth every centavo of Juan de la Cruz's spent money of the 654 million pesos po?
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair, you may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn over to our Undersecretary, Jonas Jones, who is in charge of this project.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Based on the report given to us by DPWH, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the project has already been completed in terms of completing the Dolomite area. But just to inform the honorable body that in implementing the Dolomite project, it is not really actually putting the sand. What the first phase of this project, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is that we dredged the Manila Bay, we removed the silts, and then after removing the silts and sediments that accumulated in decades, we replace it by clean sands, and then we put the Dolomite on top of it. So this project really cleaned the coastal area from the previous situation in that area, because most of this area are really purely garbage at the time before the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. So we believe that the amount given to this project implemented by DPWH is really worth, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Madam,
To continue, recently President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. announced the suspension and for further review of Manila Bay reclamation projects due to the complaints of mangroves destruction, marine habitat degradation, and deprivation of livelihood of the hundreds of fisher folks and their families in the area. According to the Philippine Reclamation Authority or PRA, there are 13 approved reclamation projects affected by the suspension, covering roughly 6,000 hectares of water in Manila Bay. These reclamation projects have been given by the ECC or the Environmental Compliance Certificate by DNR. Did we not foresee the complaint negative effects of these projects to the environment of the Manila Bay? Ang nakakalito po kasi, yung pong ating project is to have a clean water. Pero ang ginagawa po ng PRA ay sila po yung nagtatambak for the reclamation. So parang contradicting po, nahihilo po tayo, ano po ba dapat ang gawin? Linisin, dumihan, o tambakan ng kung ano-ano po itong tubig na ito. Did DNR coordinate with PRA on this project with respect to the objectives of the Manila Bay Coastal? Are these objectives being served or contradicting pong effects nito sa reclamation project? This is mind-boggling po eh. Parang malinis, dudumihan ko, ire-reclaim ko. Ano po ba ang dapat po dito, Secretary?
Madam Secretary,
Madam, Mr. Chair.
or you want to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you may know, Mr. Chair, there was recently, as the Honorable Congresswoman has said, the announcement of suspension for review of the different projects that were proposed in the Manila Bay area. These constitute NCR and, of course, the Cavite area. In our view, there is a contradiction between the reclamation and the rehabilitation of the bay. If a cumulative impact assessment is not conducted to mitigate the possible impacts of the changes in the environment that the reclamation may actually cause. So the intention of the suspension for review is to actually conduct what is called the cumulative impact assessment, which means that instead of evaluating each and every project proposal individually, there will now be an effort to create a situation or a scenario wherein all these reclamation projects will actually occur and what impact that would be on the baseline condition of Manila Bay as we know it today. So in terms of the DNR, we are in full support of the President's declaration for the review. We are in fact this afternoon, time permitting, meeting with the first batch of the scientists that have been invited to take part in the cumulative impact assessment. This will be a completely Filipino team. We will, of course, tap some external advice from foreign expertise, but this will be led by a Filipino team of physical oceanographers, chemical oceanographers, marine biologists, social scientists, and other disciplines that will be made part of the assessment team. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
You may continue.
Thank you so much for that answer, Secretary Loizaga. Ang tanong ko po ngayon, so ano po ang status ngayon? Is it already stop po muna? Because it has to be completed and it was said that it was completed already. So meaning to say, natapos na po itong project natin, tapos nagkaroon tambakan daw. Paano po nangyari sa 654 million na nagastos po dito, completed, pero na-stop, na-suspend, hanggang further na kung ano man po ay matatapos sa review natin. With due respect, Secretary, paano po yung nagastos pong 654 million? Nasayang po ito, nalinis, natambakan. Paano po nangyari doon? Paano? Hindi po ba nagkaroon ng pag-uusap ang dalawang ahensya, DNR at saka yung PRA, bago po sana nagkaroon ng kaguluhan ganito? Parang ginamot kita, binigyan kita uli ng sakit. Paano po ba yun? Kasi nalilito lang po kasi yun po yung ano po nangyari sa pera ngayon. Paano po yun?
Please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the plan for the coastal rehabilitation of Manila Bay, there were expenditures that were programmed in order to address the baseline condition after the mandamus was issued, Mr. Chair. These include the installation of sewage treatment plants and some other coastal enhancements in order for the waters that will be coming from the city of Manila to actually be treated before they actually reach the bay. The reclamation initiatives, Mr. Chair, were a completely separate initiative. And at this point po, in line with the President's directive, we are in fact supporting the assessment of the impact of these proposals on the work of the mandamos. This is the foundation of the cumulative impact assessment. We will be actually making our recommendations once the scientists have completed their study. Madam Chair, I was not privy to the initial plans for the Dolomite Beach nor the other operational strategies. I will turn over to Yusek Jonas Leones to actually address this.
Yusek, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's correct po na sinabi ni Secretary na kaiwalay po talaga yung reclamation rehabilitation. While it is true that we concentrate on the rehabilitation of the Manila Bay, but different agencies are really pursuing the reclamations. Kaya okay lang po yung direction natin, Madam Chair, Your Honor, that cumulative assessment will be undertaken. We support as mentioned by the Secretary, we are supporting the suspension of all reclamation until such time that the cumulative impact assessment shall have been undertaken. But even then, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we are still be continuing the implementation of the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. We are putting up additional STPs, and we are also implementing mangrove rehabilitation in some areas, particularly in Region 3 and Region 4A. We will be strictly enforcing, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the provisions of the Clean Air and Clean Water Act, meaning to say we have also been coordinating with the DSUD because one of the major problems in rehabilitation of Manila Bay is the informal settlers. We're coordinating with the DSUD on how we can possibly relocate and resettle these informal settlers so that we can really complete our rehabilitation of Manila Bay. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, isa
Does that
na lang po.
satisfies, Your Honor?
In the interest of time, may I ask, Mr. Chair, that my office will be given and submitted this report. Ang isang tanong na lang po, paano po nangyari na nabigyan po ng environmental or ECC ito pong reclamation project na ito? Kung ito po ay makaka-epekto doon sa inyo pong project na water sanitation, water cleaning, di ba po? In the interest of time po, pakisubmit na lang po kasi kailangan ko pa pong lumipat sa isang committee hearing. Pero with due respect, I am commending na sana po maging mas transparent lamang po tayo at maging maingat tayo sa susunod po nating mga environmental ECC projects.
Thank you,
Maraming salamat
Congressman
po.
Magsiano.
Thank you po.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We now go to the next on the list from the majority. Congressman Plato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our dear colleagues and Madam Secretary, Yulo Loizaga and the DNR family. Madam Secretary, I would like also to touch on the issue of reclamation projects. You receive a presidential directive that requires the DNR and PRA to submit a status report on the compliance of the different proponents within 5 days from its receipt. This directive was issued on August 4, 2023. May I know if you have already submitted your status report?
We're currently completing our investigation, sir, of all the applications. As you may know, there are, in fact, 22 that are part of our own investigation, and therefore we are working with the Office of the President in order to submit this at the soonest possible time. Mr. Chair.
Pag nag-submit na ba sila, mga kailan po? Kasi 5 days lang binigay ng Pangulo eh.
Mr. Chair, we need to actually go into each and every condition that was issued based on the no objection of the different departments and agencies. And so there will be some deliberation and some investigation that will be required in order for us to complete. We hope to be able to complete a report within the next 10 days po.
Next, kailan po?
10 days po.
10 days. Once the proponents have complied with the requirements of your respective ACCs and the area clearances, will they be allowed to proceed with the implementation, Madam Chair? Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the power to suspend and to lift that suspension is not with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We are here to actually investigate compliance to the different permits that were issued, and therefore that would not be within our mandate, Mr. Chair.
Any more question?
Kasi po, yung 5 days, let's say 10 days, next 10 days, should we assume that DENR, with the proponents' compliance, kasi nang sa instructions, weekly suspension or lift your suspension on a weekly basis, will the penalties under Section 13 of the implementing rules and regulations of Executive Order 74 be resorted to if you will evaluate them weekly or after 10 days?
Madam Secretary, you may reply.
Mr. Chair, we are still examining the impact of the EO 74 on the task that we have at hand. I just wish to reiterate that the compliance investigation is only one aspect of our current mandate. The cumulative impact assessment, which has been actually also part of EO 74, Mr. Chair, really needs to get done. Otherwise po, hindi po namin masasabi na maaari pong magiging positibo ang impact ng reclamation on the ecosystem of Manila Bay. The role of the DENR at this point is not just in the compliance investigation, it is in the conduct of the cumulative impact assessment na hindi po nagawa at the time na ina-approve po itong mga proyekto.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in addition, kasi po, yung IRR 70, nag-executive order 74, panahon ng Pangulong Duterte, that was issued February 1st, 2009, and Section 13, if I may, sa penalties sanctions, in addition to the forfeiture of the reclaimed lands under PD 3A, any willful violation of these rules shall be subject to administrative, civil, or criminal liability in accordance with the existing laws. The Philippine National Police and other law enforcement agencies are hereby enjoined to assist the PRA in the enforcement of its cease and desist orders and other regulatory orders.
Let me interrupt the question and answer by welcoming our Deputy Speaker, Madam President, GMA. Thank you, ma'am, for attending this session. Madam Secretary, can you reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, the EO 74, as read po by our Honorable Congressman, refers to the role of the PRA and not to the DENR at this point. We are in constant communication with the Office of the President, and the tasks that we have actually enumerated, Mr. Chair, have all been presented to the Office of the President and have received support.
Thank you, Madam, for the answer. Isa pa po, isa na lang po.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, last April 2023, DENR, through your office, wrote DPWH Secretary Bunuan regarding the solar water system projects. In response to the letter, Secretary Bunuan issued memorandum dated May 4, 2023 to all DPWH regional directors and district engineers to remind them to comply with the requirements of the construction of solar water system. There are projects that are now funded and bidded out prior to the communication from your office. I would like to clarify if such compliance has a retroactive effect on the solar water system projects that have been funded. Thank you.
Maybe somebody from the Water Department or Madam Secretary, would you want to reply? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn over to Undersecretary Carlos Primo David for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The solar water supply projects of DPWH for 2023 consist of 14.6 billion distributed in more than 1,400 projects. The guidance that we have issued to DPWH and its contractors is just a summary of existing guidelines. Included in the guidelines are, number one, all projects, government projects, need to be located in government properties. And this is for us to be able to avoid any conflicts, in the future if it were to be located in private lands. The second guidance is for DPWH to issue a certificate of availability of water source, because from previous projects we have seen a lot of water projects that have constructed tanks and distribution lines, but the source is not there. And so all these guidelines are existing, and the permits that are needed to be secured are nothing new, and this is simply a reminder for our contractors to follow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That
And
satisfy you?
para, yeah, Mr. Chair, kasi para sa kalaman naman colleagues, kasi paano yung mga may pondo na, yung na-release na nga, na-bid na, yun ang tinatanong ko po kung pwedeng ituloy na natin yun, kasi ang dami sa aming area, especially in my area, mga depressed areas, walang mga tubig eh. Kaya sayang itong pondo na nandun na. Siguro lahat ng mga congressmen dito, may mga na-release na po dito eh. May Mr. Secretary, o nung i-lift na natin muna ito, tapos...
Madam?
Mr. Chair, thank you. These are just guidance, Mr. Chair. The DNR was invited by the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways to actually pursue a convergence agenda in terms of water system development together with the DPWH. In our participation, as far as this convergence agenda, together with NEDA and the DILG, we are here to provide technical guidance po. The implementation of these projects and their approval really lies within the DPWH's mandate. And so we are just providing our own technical expertise through our WRMO in order for these projects to somehow fulfill their objective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman lang, Mr. Chairman, kasi kaya ko tinanong to, Madam, mayroon na kami briefing the other room. Nandiyan na po ang DPWH kasi po eh. At ito rin ang problema ng mga directors, district engineers natin doon. Sa inyo galing po kasi yung memo na yan eh. Kaya may itong sinasabi ko kasi, yung pera na nandiyan na, maliliit lang naman na naibigay para makinabang na itong mga hihirap natin mga kababayan.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to quickly interject with due courtesy to the Honorable Plato.
Yes, you may.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, there is an impasse here, and I do respect the opinion of Secretary Loizaga that they are just giving technical guidance. However, on a government and a public point of view, the implementors might misconstrue this as an objection. And later on, there can be cases filed simply because there are conflicting, or let's say there are delayed implementation. In other words, meron ng pondo, i-implement na, even if your guidelines are mere recommendatory or is your opinion or is a technical input, this can be used by political opponents of the members of the local government chief executives, and later on this will have a domino effect. So I believe, Mr. Chair, if we can get the commitment of the Honorable Secretary to once and for all cut this impasse, maybe the technical guidelines can mention that without prejudice to the implementation of these projects as of the moment. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, but I believe a solution has to be arrived at because all the districts have similar projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
From the chair, Madam Secretary, permit me to say something. I'd like to clarify, Congressman Plato, I'd like to clarify that not all government lands has underground aquifer, number one. So, with your memo, there's already a stalemate. The Department of Public Works cannot implement the project if it is not a government land. First and foremost is the determination of the underground aquifer, if there is water or not. Sayang lang po yung 10 million apiece. So that's my take on this. And the second is the guideline from the Department of Water, from Dr. David, is of course also commendable. But again, let us defer to the judgment of the LGU where to put that water where it is necessary. Because the government property might be very far from the inhabited place. So it's useless for the contractor to construct the water system in a place where the users of the water system will go and fetch water 1 or 2 kilometers away. So, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, please support me on that because we have to somehow amend your recommendation to make it only a guideline as not an order. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, you are absolutely correct. No? And in fact, in the guidance, the first item there states that if the project were to be located in private lands or in forest lands, no, the appropriate lease agreement or MOA has to be present. Now, what we are trying to avoid would be issues in the future wherein there are government infrastructure in private lands that do not have the necessary agreements. Pero tama po kayo. And so what I propose is for our regional offices to actually facilitate and help DPWH in looking for the sources. And in the process, help them na rin in terms of securing the necessary permits, if that is acceptable.
So, Madam Secretary, can we do something about it so that it's clear that your guidance is not an order? Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chair, confirmed. Yes po.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our friend from the minority, Representative Raul Manuel,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
you are recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed straight to my questions. Patungkol din dun sa reclamation activities sa Manila Bay. I'd like to ask, Mr. Chair, saan po sa budget ng DENR ang funding para sa gagawing cumulative impact assessments?
Madam Secretary, may reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The funding will come from the 2023 budget for the Manila Bay Rehabilitation Project.
Mr. Chair, kasama din po ba sa mga sa ilalim sa impact assessment ang dredging sa Cavite?
Dredging sa Cavite.
Mr. Chair, if they can be more specific, the cumulative impact assessment covers NCR and Cavite.
Which means hindi lang yung actual na reclamation projects pero pati din yung dredging.
All activities related to reclamation are included in this assessment.
Mr. Chair, meron na po bang naging sanctions dun sa mga pumirma sa ECC ng mga na-suspend na reclamation project? Kasi malinaw po na meron ng nangyaring damage dahil dun sa kanilang hindi paggampa ng maayos sa kanilang trabaho. So meron na po bang sanctions ang DENR sa kanila?
Madam Secretary.
Yes. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, the best way to respond to the Honorable Congressman is to reiterate the ECC is not a permit. It is a planning tool, and therefore it is dynamic and may be changed at any point when a correction needs to be made and whether a management issue needs to be addressed. So in terms of the ECCs, there are conditions that had to be met, and we are now investigating whether those that are actually operating have complied with all the conditions under the ECCs and area clearances. Those that have not yet operated, we cannot technically stop them because they are in the process of complying to the conditions of their ECCs.
Mr. Chair, I think malinaw naman po na hindi permit ang ECC, pero kung meron po kasing government agency na dapat nasa vanguard ng pangangalaga ng kalikasan, DENR po iyon. So doon po sa mga ongoing or nasimula ng projects, again po, mayroon po bang plano or napag-isip-isipan po ba ng DENR na mag-impose ng sanctions doon sa mga pumirma sa ECC?
Mr. Chair, if I may, we are currently investigating how these ECCs were actually processed. If there were misdeeds, if there were any kind of infraction in terms of the rules, we will certainly be able to look into possible sanctions. However, at this point, our emphasis is really on reviewing the ECCs and their conditions, of which, Mr. Chair, I have to say, there are many and substantive conditions that are actually positive in terms of environmental management. If there were compliance to these, the different proponents would be somehow within whatever it is that they were granted by the PRA. We are not the office that actually issues the notices to proceed. Those notices come from the Philippine Reclamation Authority. We are merely part of a process which establishes the planning basis for whether, in fact, environmentally certain activities can be sustained in terms of the ecosystems. And so at this point, Mr. Chair, our emphasis as part of the priorities that have been outlined for us is really to conduct the cumulative impact assessment. We are, as the Honorable Congressman has heard, we are assembling that scientific team, and that team will be formed by this month in order for it to conduct its duty.
Mr. Chair, malinaw po na DENR as an agency has failed in the past na pangalagaan yung Manila Bay. Kaya po, we can't just proceed without acknowledging yung mga errors natin in the past. So if I may strongly suggest to DENR, dapat po, Mr. Chair, sampahan, no, magkaroon ng sanctions talaga doon sa mga involved at doon sa mga pumirma. Hindi po pwedeng palagpasin natin ang ganitong kamalian kasi po yung mga ordinaryong kababayan natin, yung nagdurusa doon sa mga effects both sa livelihood, sa kanilang kabuhayan, maging sa buhay nila, no, kapag lumalala na yung mga environmental occurrences sa atin. Hindi po sapat yung suspension lang, while that is in the direction, no, na gusto natin, pero hindi po dapat matigil lang sa suspension. Ngayon po, second topic, Mr. Chair, on, yes.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, you may respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish to point out here that the DENR is not the sole agency that has failed, so to speak, if the Honorable Congressman's point will be well taken. There are 13 other mandamus agencies that are part of the Supreme Court ruling, and there are local government units that are actually the proponents of these different reclamation projects. The DENR cannot be held solely responsible for any failures in terms of protecting the coastal ecosystem. This is a whole of society job, and it must be the whole of government that will be involved in preserving our environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, parang medyo ironic lang po sa akin, pag whole of nation approach, gusto natin i-take na siya in a positive light, pero kapag kailangan ng may maging accountable, para bang wala nang gusto sumali doon sa whole of nation, naglalaglagan na po tayo. And clearly, DENR has been a stamp pad for these reclamation projects. Now, second po, on October 2021, San Miguel Corporation was called out by DENR for wrong mangrove practices. May update na po ba kung nagpapatuloy yung kanilang wrong mangrove planting practices?
Madam Secretary, would somebody from your AMB? mangrove planting practices of San Miguel.
Mr. Chair, let me be the first to say that the DNR has also conducted its own mistakes in terms of mangrove planting practices. We are now trying to build capacity internal to the DNR. In fact, we have also engaged the premier mangrove expert in the country to help train our own personnel tomorrow. So that training will actually begin tomorrow, Mr. Chair. In terms of the specifics of the San Miguel, which area in particular would that be?
Honorable Congressman, which area are you referring to?
Yung area po kung nasaan ng Bulacan Airport.
Wala pang magtatanim ng mangrove doon. I passed by there the other day and wala pang magtatanim ng mangrove. Dapat yung taga Bulacan mag-reply niyan, Congressman Manuel, yung ating Honorable Congressman from Bulacan, Congressman Plato.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, kung saan man po nagtanim ng mangroves ang San Miguel Corporation, wherever that may be.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
For the benefit of my colleague, esteemed colleague, I just passed by there the other day and they're not yet planting mangrove, just reclaiming. Next time I fly, I'll invite you to take a look. You said, you want to reply to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the Honorable Congressman will allow, we will submit a full report to your office. To the committee.
The first, yeah.
Thank you very much.
We'll supply the report to Honorable Congressman Manuel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, hopefully po ay masubmit po kaagad since na-point out na po October 2021 pa at magdadalawang taon na po. Now, next topic, Mr. Chair, on the MOA of DNR with Masoni Judicial Foundation. Parang ang gusto po kasi ng DNR Region 4A ay makancel na yung MOA. What is the position of DNR National Office?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The position of the DNR National Office is we need to have a full ventilation of the facts regarding that particular MOA. We are now collecting all the facts that were surrounding the signing, particularly of the occasion of the signing of that MOA, and the historical background, which includes many different rules, regulations, as well as tenurial instruments in this area. We are of the opinion at this point that we will be guided by the investigation currently being conducted by this respectable legislature. There is a committee that is in fact investigating this, and we have, by virtue of this committee, been able to access certain facts and circumstances that were not available to us previously. So when that committee concludes its hearing, we are now preparing for the next step in terms of our decision. Let me just say here, Mr. Chair, that the environment is the work of everyone, despite what everyone would like to say. With all due respect to the Honorable Congressman in terms of his statement about naglalaglagan, I'm afraid to say at this point that the DNR here is here to actually engage all in the protection of the environment. We cannot just be the sole protector. You have seen the mandate and you have seen the scope of our work. We are unable to do this without the work of everyone. So we are very encouraged by the role of the local governments now in trying to resolve this issue, by our collaboration with the DILG and with the DOJ and with the House of Representatives as well.
Mr. Chair, since we want to involve as many people as possible in environmental protection, and I think internationally recognized ang Masoni Judicial Foundation, when was the last time that DNR actually sat physically with MGFI to talk to them?
The DNR is of the position at this point that everything that the Masungi Foundation has said in public has been negative as far as the DNR is concerned. We are here to actually be ventilating our own perspective in a forum that is free and transparent, which is the legislative committee that is in charge of this. Let me just say at this point that we will engage everyone who have a positive and a commitment to environmental protection and enhancement. There has been no denial of the good work that has been done by the Masungi Foundation. However, this work is not the sole contributor to ecological integrity in this area, and we will defend that principle in front of the legislator as well as in the public.
Next topic, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the agency confirm na may proposed increase sa budget ng Mines and Geosciences Bureau?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I'll turn over to Undersecretary Undersecretary Anate for that.
Yusek.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Insofar as the Mineral Resources Development Program, there is a provision under the 2024 budget. We have around 164 million pesos to undertake mineral resources enforcement and regulatory program. We have also a portion of about 107 million pesos to undertake mineral resources and geosciences development program, Mr. Chair.
So, again, can they confirm, Mr. Chair, there is a proposed increase from this year to next year?
How much is the proposed increase?
That's right, Mr. Chair, because if you will recall, during the, there's additional 60 million pesos, Mr. Chair, from the royalties that is added now in the budget of the MGB, Mr. Chair.
Na. Mr. Chair, concerned ako dun sa budget ng Bureau na dapat sana ay para sa maayos na paggampan ng mandate. Pero po recently ay may announcement ng public scoping ng isang mining project sa Homonhon, which is actually part of an island group na protected area. So how can the Bureau justify na magkaroon siya ng mas mataas na budget habang may ganitong mga questionable projects na nais na gawin?
Yes, from the DNR.
Mr. Chair, I'll turn over to the Undersecretary for, Supervising Undersecretary for Mining for the MGB, to Undersecretary June Adobo.
Yusek Adobo, you have,
Thank
you
you,
have
ma'am.
the floor to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the rule, no?
Yeah.
A mining operation before the declaration of, or legislation, if it's a legislated protected area, is given due respect, no, until it expires. In that area in Samar, what we know is a protected area proclaimed, not Humonhon, but Manikani. That's my answer, Your Honor. So,
Is that clear, Honorable Congressman? The protected area is Manikani of Samar, not Homonhon Islands.
Based on my research, Mr. Chair, island group po sila, tapos kasama yung Humonhon, pati yung Manikani. Pero anyhow, kung yun po yung sagot, I'd proceed to my last question, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
you have 30 seconds.
Yes. Kasi po ang Bulacan Airport, medyo nawirdahan po ako doon sa ginagawa ng San Miguel. Para po magawa yung airport, may mga mangrove po na pinutol. Tapos ngayon, maybe as part of corporate social responsibility, nagtatanim, mali pa yung practices doon sa mangrove planting. So kasama po ba ang itong project sa impact assessment ng DNR?
Ninar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Bulacan Airport project is a DOTR, a national government project. Therefore, it is not part of this assessment now for the cumulative impact assessment of the reclamation in Manila Bay.
But Mr. Chair, it has environmental impact. So hindi po ba dapat best effort po yung DNR?
Yes, Madam.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are monitoring all activities along the coastlines, and therefore, we will be able to submit a report of what we observe in terms of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be all.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Manuel. We now go to the majority. My colleague, esteemed colleague, Majority Leader Bong Teves. The good Teves. Secretary Lusaga,
fellow Congressman, Madam former JMA, pleasant morning to all of you. Mr. Chair, may tatanong lang po ako. Last budget hearing noong year 2022, tinanong ko po kayo kung sino ang in charge sa implementation ng Republic Act 9003. Ang sabi ninyo po ay mga LGU. Sino po ang nagbabantay sa implementation? Ang sagot ninyo po ay National Solid Waste Management Commission na attached sa Office of the President. Ngayon, sino ba ang nagbabantay sa LGU? Hindi ba ang Environmental Management Bureau din na under sa DENR? In fact, meron pong opisina ang DENR na in charge sa solid waste management at local government units concerned sa ilalim ni ASEC Attorney Daniel Niser. Sino po ito? Even the chairperson po ng National Solid Waste Management Commission is kayo po, Madam Secretary. Ibig sabihin po, alam nyo rin po ang pagpapatakbo sa implementation ng Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of year 2000.
Is that the question? Go ahead, Madam Secretary. Republic Act.
Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, wala ba kayong alam tungkol sa Republic Act 9003 at hindi talaga ninyo ito hinahawakan? Dahil last year, sinagot nyo ako na sa Office of the President dapat ako magtanong, hindi sa inyo.
Year 2022 po ito, sabi ni Congressman Teves. Siya ang tanong niya. Tama ba yan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, dahil nung na-trace ko, kayo po ang chairwoman ng Solid Waste Management Commission. Ibig sabihin, if the chairwoman kayo, may alam po kayo sa National Solid Waste Commission.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I confirm that in fact, we chair the National Solid Waste Management Commission. We are basically a technical advisory function to that commission, and we are the secretariat. And if the question is who is Attorney Neser, is that a question, Mr. Chair?
Opo, yung Republic Act cited by Congressman Teves, hindi ba kayo aware na kayo ay kasama doon sa pag-implement noon? Tama ba yan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. At saan ba nagre-report ang National Solid Waste Commission? Sa Office of the President o sa inyo din?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are the secretariat of the National Solid Waste Management Commission, and we are also the chair. And so I think in terms of the details, I will turn over here to the actual work that we are doing with the National Solid Waste Management Commission, to USEC Mitch Kuna, who heads the Environmental Management Bureau that oversees the National Solid Waste Management Commission's work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, we are aware that the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, particularly through the Environmental Management Bureau, is involved in the implementation of RA 9003. But if I may, Mr. Chair, if we look at the provisions of the law, when it comes to solid waste management, the local government units under Section 10 are responsible for the solid waste management within their respective areas of jurisdiction. What we do provide, Mr. Chair, is technical assistance and education. And then being the chair of the National Solid Waste Management Commission, we are part of the commission which approves the solid waste management plans that come from the different local government units, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Teves?
Okay. Ibig sabihin, kahit paano alam din nyo kung paano pinapatakbo ang National Solid Waste Commission. Ibig sabihin, alam nyo rin ang data kung paano ito nakakatulong sa pagbabalik ng mga basura sa landfill at pagtanggal kung saan-saan na hindi dapat mapunta sa kanal. May data po kayo niyan. Tama mo ba?
If I may, Mr. Chair, meron po tayong datos po tungkol dun.
Kasi kayo po ang nagre-rekomenda sa Department of Interior and Local Government o DILG para kasuhan ang mga LGUs. Alam po yun ni Mr. Chairman, dahil former governor ito, para kasuhan ang mga LGUs na hindi na nakapag-comply sa Republic Act 9003. Dahil hindi naman malalaman ng mga DILG personnel kung hindi kayo papasok ang Environment Management Bureau rito. Tama o ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Meron pong datos ng EMB at pagka kinakailangan po to provide the data ay binibigay po ng EMB po sa iba-ibang regions.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, base sa inyong sinasabi, kayo po ay nasa technical. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, magkano po ba ang pondo ng National Solid Waste Management Commission at saan ito napupunta?
Mr. Chair, for these details, if you will allow, I will refer to the Environmental Management Bureau Head, Assistant Secretary Gilbert Gonzalez.
Assistant Secretary Gilbert Gonzalez, are you ready to answer that question? Saan napupunta yung pondo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. Actually, wala pong budget directly ang National Solid Waste Commission, but the budget of the EMB provides support in terms of operationalizing the entire commission right now, as of since it was created, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Walang budget daw.
Mr. Chairman, sa katunayan, hindi po, may budget po ang Environment Management Bureau na ginagamit nyo sa technical noong year 2022, amounting to amount of 864.8 million pesos for the implementation of the Ecological Solid Waste Management Regulations. Sa halagang ito, ang disbursement lamang ay 726 million. Ibig sabihin, may mga tira pa po silang undisbursed 138 million pesos. Year 2022 po ito ang pinag-uusapan natin. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa nauubos. Hindi pa nila tinutulungan yung mga LGUs na nangangailangan ng tulong sa kanila para makapag-implement sila ng Republic Act 9003.
In short, Madam Secretary, the Honorable Congressman would like to request you or your office to assist all the LGUs, because I've witnessed this myself, na wala pong coordination between the EMB at saka yung mga LGUs sa implementation ng RA 9003. And the Honorable Congressman is asking, bakit hindi ninyo naubos? Kung may pera naman kayo, hindi kayo nag-function, hindi kayo nag-correlate doon sa mga LGUs. Tama ba yun, Congressman Teves?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So, ang request po is, from now on, siguro pwede ninyong i-promise or put it in writing para po naka-engrave in stone na tutulungan ninyo ang mga LGUs. Tama ba yun, Congressman Teves?
Mr. Chair, tama po. At hindi lang po LGUs. Sino ba ang partner ng National Solid Waste Management para mabawasan ang basura sa Pilipinas? Kasi mismo ang kuwa po ang nagsabi, makalipas ang 20 years na pagpasa ng Republic Act 9003, tumaas ang generation ng basura o non-recyclables from 9 million metric tons noong year 2000 to 16 million metric tons ngayong 2020. Ibig sabihin, ginawa natin ang batas year 2020, instead na babawasan, lalong naging 3 doble.
Madam Secretary, please reply for the final answer, for the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to assure the Honorable Congressman that we will be investigating the unutilized portion of the budget to see how we may be able to direct those funds to those who need it the most. We are utilizing our support funds really to help establish the MRF operations, to purchase some equipment, as the Honorable Congressman knows, and to build capacity for handling solid waste. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we have what is called an unsustainable consumption and production practice in this country, as well as in other countries that have the problem with solid waste. We are endeavoring to actually change the cycle of solid waste in the country by, number one, the Extended Producer's Responsibility Law, wherein now the burden that used to be solely with the LGUs to manage their solid waste is shifted to the private sector, to the corporations that actually produce the packaging that ends up in our different MRFs and sometimes into the waters and, of course, into the creeks. So the Extended Producer's Responsibility Law is now being implemented. We already have 662 obliged enterprises that have signed up. Many of them are with the fast-moving consumer goods sector. They are the ones that produce the most packaging, whether it's the sachets or the hard plastic. They are now required to collect and to reduce until 2028 their own packaging output by 80%. There is also a penalty clause to this law, and we are now rolling out the communication to all the different private enterprises and hopefully with the LGUs as well, regionally. We will be undergoing a campaign to actually educate what will be needed in order for us to begin managing solid waste in the country po.
Would the Gold Congressman allow the Department of Natural Resources to encapsulate this in a report form and submit to our office, and we will give it to you, so that all your other questions, you can write it down because we have a time limit.
Yes, Mr. Chair, pero isa na lang, may tatanong lang kung
I do allow. Please go ahead.
sino ba ang partner niyo para ma-implement sa private sector? Sino ang ang partner niyo to implement ang Republic Act 9003?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, there are some private entities such as the cement companies that assist us, or they assist the LGUs actually, Mr. Chair, by using their cement kilns to produce refuse-derived fuels. We've actually visited a few plants in Batangas a month ago, and then Holcim has one in Region 4A and Antipolo. So, yung iba't ibang mga pamahalang lokal po, they cluster their solid waste, tapos dinadala po sa ibang mga cement kiln. Tumutulong po sa atin in that sense, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Teves, would that suffice?
Isa na lang po. Isa na lang kung pwede. Bigyan ko na lang ng recommendation ang
Since you are the
solid waste
allow.
management. Siguro, lahat ng binabanggit nyo tama, pero dapat sino magsusupply sa plant cement, sa cement plant ng mga recyclables na sinasabi nyong panggatong? Hindi ba yung recycling industry? Kaya dapat siguro, number one, ang dapat nyong intindihin kung sino ang inyong magiging partner para makolekta ang lahat ng recyclables sa buong Pilipinas. Banggitin ko lang, nung panahon po ni Madam President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, lahat po ng mga junk shop, lahat ng recyclers na kumukolekta ng lahat ng recyclables sa buong Pilipinas, pinapupunta niya sa Malacanang para doon po magpasko.
Ba, okay yan.
Because isa po ako sa party nun.
Thank you, Congressman Teves.
Kaya dapat siguro yung po ang
Madam-
dapat yung partner, mahalin nyo yung mga recycling industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I suggest that in the interest of time, we submit a written letter to this committee so that we can furnish to Congressman Teves.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
We now go to the minority, our Deputy Minority Leader, Bernadette Herrera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Secretary. Good morning to the DNR family. I'll go straight to the point na lang po. My first question, napansin ko, one of the budget cuts was the program on the Environment and Natural Resource Resiliency Program under OSEC. Yun na nag-suffer ng biggest budget cut. Ito yung focus sa natural resource assessment. Why is it? Kasi medyo 19% po yun. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason for there to be an apparent cut is that we have begun mainstreaming in fact, our risk assessment into all the different operations of the DNR. So we no longer have a distinct risk resiliency program. We have mainstreamed it using our geospatial technologies in order to make decisions regarding risk management for the assessment of our natural resources. Thank you po.
What about the natural resource enforcement and regulatory program? Considering climate change, ang daming illegal activities, bakit ito pa po yung nag-suffer ng cut also? Hindi ba this is contrary to what we are supposed to achieve?
Secretary, please reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have long wanted to actually augment the budget of our enforcement. However, we have not been fortunate enough to have been granted that request. And so we continue to seek, in fact, the institutionalization of our enforcement bureau as a bureau. It's now just an office. And therefore, we are in fact challenged in terms of our job in monitoring and, of course, and catching all those infractions against the environmental laws. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to put that on record so that we can take a look at that one, because it's very important.
Yes,
Thank you.
it will be in record. No, duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is with regard to the unfilled positions. I've noticed you have 3,550 unfilled positions. And I think it's going to continue on 2024, 2023, 2024. What do you plan to do about this, Madam Secretary, through you, Mr. Chair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for our own updating, the total number of unfilled positions from our Human Resources Development presently is 2,692. We have actually hired into the central office a number which is of 108. Many of these were actually the contract of service that have been there for the longest time. And therefore, we are looking for ways to move our promotions practice so that we can improve the transition of the different individuals who are actually due their promotion to create a more sustained career path for everyone. We are challenged not just by competition from the private sector, wherein, in fact, environmental positions are now becoming more and more competitive because of the requirements of corporations to actually have ESG programs. So here we are trying to do three things. We are trying to improve our promotions processes. There are hard to fill positions such as statisticians and scientific and technical staff, CPAs and lawyers. Our competition with the private sector is very extreme. And finally, we are also now looking at employees who have reached the optional retirement age of 60 to make use of those positions for the advancement of others within a certain range and rank. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, we have created an office for organizational transformation that now subsumes the Human Resources Department. And the reason for that organizational transformation is partly to bring in and attract qualified and new individuals to the department to build up its expertise. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, sorry, through you.
Go ahead.
You've returned 455.8 million to the Bureau of Treasury. Do we expect a similar thing happening for 2023? And how do we avoid this from happening?
Yes, please reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will defer to Undersecretary Anate for this response.
Yusik you may reply.
Mr. Chair, regarding the NCA, we will improve also our system to ensure that no lapsing of NCA will exist or will happen in 2024, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, bakit po nagkaroon ng lapses in the NCAs? What happened to that?
Yusik
Mr. Chair, if I may just cite some of the reasons. One is that there were problems encountered regarding procurement. There were some also problems regarding the execution of the memorandum of agreement that covered a certain allocation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask na lang for them to submit the exact details of that.
Yes, please submit the exact details
Yes,
to this
Mr.
committee
Chair.
and we will furnish the Honorable Herrera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is with regards to the Forest Land Management Project. Why is it that it has a 56.8 disbursement rate out of 149 established enterprises and livelihood by partner people organizations, 84 enterprises were only operational? So, hindi nagiging effective yung community-based trainings po natin. May I know the reason behind this?
Please reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn over to Yusek Jonas Leones for the reply.
Yusek Jonas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we admit that there is low disbursement in this aspect, Mr. Chair, but this was caused by some administrative problem, like, for example, the revolving fund, Mr. Chair. What happened there is that we want to increase our revolving fund so that we can defray all the expenses to be incurred by the project. But the accomplishment, Madam Chair, has already been accomplished. It's just a matter of paying the clients or the IPs that have already accomplished the project or the activities. But since, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the project has given 1-year extension to increase the utilization. It was already proposed by NEDA and JICA, so that perhaps, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, in the remaining year, we assure this honorable body that we can increase and augment our utilization rate, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if we may ask na lang them to submit so that we know the present situation of the FMB.
Please submit, Yusek Jonas,
Yes,
to this committee.
yes,
so that
Mr.
we
Chair,
can
we'll comply.
Thank you.
Supply
Last two
a
questions
copy.
sila, Mr. Chair. Earmark revenues, I've always been asking this every year. Kamusta ang utilization ng earmark revenues ninyo? Has it improved? Do you have new projects or...
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn over to Yusek Anate for this
Yusek
report.
Te, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's an increase already of utilization for the earmark revenues, Mr. Chair. In fact, for 2024, Mr. Chair, we're able to obtain the approval of DBM for the additional release from the special accounts for additional expenses for mining and also the protected areas fund, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, through yung magkano ang na-request natin for 2024?
For 2024, Mr. Chair, we have requested 60 million for the royalties. For protected area wildlife fund, 30 million, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, again, I'd like them to submit na lang to this representation. My last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman.
I understand that San Nicolas Shoal is identified as a source of reclamation material for current reclamation projects. How was this determined?
What's so well?
San Nicolas Shoal, Mr. Chair.
Was, who can answer for the reclamation? Reclamation, that's mining. Director Rocking, do you have the knowledge to answer the question of the dear Congresswoman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, the determination of the area suitable for the reclamation material, we conduct exploration and survey as to the stability of the marine sand that will be used for the reclamation purposes, Your Honor.
No, so who determined whether the material available is sufficient for the projects to be reclaimed? Like in San Nicolas Shoal, I understand it was identified, but we have received reports that it is already overdredged and that the vessels dredging in the area are already sourcing material outside the Nicolas Shoal, San Nicolas Shoal. Who is monitoring this?
As far as the resource extraction in San Nicolas Shoal, Your Honor, it is, the monitoring is conducted by MGB together with PRA, who is the project proponent for the reclamation projects.
PRA and MGB.
Yes, Your Honor.
So is it true that it is already overdredged?
The material there will not be enough for all the reclamation projects.
My question is it already overdredged?
Not yet, Your Honor. There's still suitable material enough for the 4 existing reclamation projects ongoing.
But it would not be enough for the whole reclamation project as expected.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why there's a moratorium on the issuance of the GSQP until we will be able to identify other suitable areas for dredge materials.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Madam Secretary. Okay, Congresswoman, winds up your question. We now go to the next from the majority. Can we hear from Deputy Majority Leader Walter Palma? Are you here? Or you have left? Since Walter Palma is in the other side, let's now go to Congressman Ambrosio Cruz of Bulacan, questioning the reclamation of San Miguel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, and the DENR family. Yung question nyo dito ay in-raise ko nung dumating si Presidente BBM sa Bulacan. So basically, the issue yung reclamation program na nangyayari. But don't get me wrong, this representation do believe that we really need all of this reclamation project. I do believe that this reclamation project, the economic benefits far outweigh any ecological imbalance. Most specifically, ito pong aming airport. Kasi yung airport, 735 million na ito. And this is a game changer as far as Bulacan is concerned. Kasi considering na it was presented that the build-up area ng Cavite, ng Laguna, ng Pampanga is about 78%, ang Bulacan stands at 36%. Ito lang yung time namin para maka-catch up doon sa development. Kaya we really need the airport. Apparently, ang aking nakikita, nagkaroon ng failure to address kasi ngayon lang tayo ulit gagawa na naman ng impact assessment. At siguro ang mahalaga rito, huwag na tayo magsisiyan, tingnan na lang natin, we look forward, ano ba yung dapat na intervention, engineering intervention, that we should have undertaken on the part of DENR. Kasi nang tanungin ko po ang Presidente, sabi niya, ito sa DENR concern ito. But then again, alam natin, even ang LGU, yung proponents are all involved dito sa lahat na to, siguro magsama-sama na lang. So ito yung akin, I think we should move forward. Pero ang concern ko talaga, una ho, I filed a bill creating the Manila Bay Integrated Coastal Defense System and Expressway. Dito po from Manila to Bataan. This is a very ambitious project. Malaki ho ito kasi we know for a fact na yung ocean level natin tumaas ng 1.6 meter. At yung land subsidence po natin bumaba ng 1 metro. Bakit? Kasi doon sa walang habas ng water ground extraction. Specifically in Bulacan, it was highlighted ng JICA na pinakamabilis na subsidence is happening in Bulacan. Kaya yun ang problema. Ngayon, sa nakikita ko, ang proposal namin, the proposed location of the expressway should be more or less 3 kilometers away from the coastline. Kasama na rin rito yung possible development ng seaport and possibly location ng relocation ng ating mga informal settlers. Napakarami ho na opportunity. I do believe that if we run a feasibility study on this, baka ho mas profitable pa itong expressway coastal defense system na to doon sa ating tulay, the longest bridge which is 32 kilometers linking Bataan to Cavite. Sa nakikita ko, ngayon, ang problema ko rito, ang cost ito is about $10 million, which is more than 500 million pesos. Ang sana ho, masama ho ito sa budget para mapag-aralan yung project na ito. We really need this one. Kasi at the end of the day, ito na ho yung magsosolve ng aming problema. Okay.
Madam Secretary, I don't know the question. It was a statement. Honorable Congressman.
Ang question ho, pwede bang mabigyan ito ng budget ng DENR?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We take the points of the Honorable Congressman with due note. We understand the economic benefits and can outweigh, in fact, some of the ecological risks which can be mitigated. We have a mitigation hierarchy decision-making at the DNR, and we've adopted this approach even to our other bureaus. In terms of the budget, Mr. Chair, since this is a transportation infrastructure,
DOTR.
yes, may we respectfully recommend that it be proposed to the DOTR to find the allocation for this, and we would be happy to assist in the technical assessment of the project.
Congressman,
Yes, okay.
the chair would like to be clarified. 3 kilometers offshore or inland on the coastal defense system that you
3
have talked about?
kilometers
Offshore?
away from the offshore. From the shoreline.
So it's offshore.
Yes, yes.
Wow, malaking gastos yun.
Malaking gastos ito, but the...
Onshore daw eh.
Oo.
Ha? Is it offshore or onshore?
Onshore. 3 kilometers lang yung distance.
From the
From
coast?
the shoreline.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It's not offshore. So, thank you very much. So, Mr. Congressman they would like to render a report together with, we will request also the DOTR to at least look at your suggestion. And any more questions?
Isa na lang.
Go ahead.
Looking at all of this problem, I think it's about time that we should come up with a 10-year flood control program for the entire country. Specifically, ang dapat to rito by region or dapat to actually by province. Ako ay mayor ng Giginto for 18 years. Kami ay gumawa ng master drainage plan and it cost us about 5 million pesos. But then again, isang taon lang ho ito. We're talking of more than 1,500 municipalities. Napakahirap po na gastusan nito. I think ang kailangan ng mandato will be coming from the DNR. Kasi meron akong proposal pa ngayon ng presidente na maglagay ng Sabo Dam, yung water impounding. Ito ba yung tamang solusyon? Kasi yun ang kailangan, we have to look forward at there should be a scientific study that will probably come up with this 10-year program.
Congressman, the DNR would reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just with a few statements before I turn over to Undersecretary David. The DNR, for the information of the Honorable Congressman, has been working with the DPWH and the DILG on a convergence agenda in terms of both flood management and water impounding so that there can be water supply po using the same infrastructure but just tweaking the design, Mr. Chair, so that it serves multiple purposes. Hindi lang po flood control but also water supply for the different LGUs. I'll turn over po to Undersecretary David, who has actually identified around 29 possible such projects already, and we hope to be able to work with DPWH on this. Hindi pa lang nag-meet po kami, pero in principle po, if I may, for Undersecretary David to describe the multi-purpose infrastructure for both impounding and water supply.
Mr. Chair. Honorable Congressman, the basic premise that we are following is that the water that we consider as a disadvantage to our country when it becomes floods would be the same water that we require for food security, for irrigation, for potable water supply, aquaculture, hydropower generation, and even for tourism. And therefore, we should have a change in mindset in terms of how we manage flooding, because at this point in time, how we manage flooding is for us to be able to push all that water as fast as we can towards the ocean instead of impounding them, as you mentioned, and I'm sure Mr. Chair will agree, that with the advent of climate change, the more reason that we have to impound water upstream, because during the dry season, there will be less water for us to use. And therefore, Mr. Chair, for your district in Bulacan, we have identified several impounding projects, one of which we are coordinating closely with NIA so that it becomes a multi-purpose project. This one is in Bayabas River, and that Bayabas River will be able to impound water for extra irrigation, at the same time hopefully for potable water for Baliwag and the neighboring towns of San Rafael and Bustos, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Cruz. Next on the list is from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. Are you here? Deputy, wala. Okay. Next would be Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza. Wala rin. We'll now go to Francisco Bingo Matugas. Bingo, you have the floor, Congressman.
Thank you very much, Chair. To our DNR family, Madam Secretary Loizaga, Ma'am GMA, and to all our colleagues, magandang umaga po. Magandang umaga, Madam Secretary. My first question, Madam Secretary, is di ba po, one of the mandate of DENR is the protection and development of protected areas under INAIPAS. Tama po ba?
Yes, you may.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. If the area is covered under INAIPAS, yung management po ba is under PAMBI? Tama po ba?
Yes po, that's confirmed po.
May I ask po, ano yung mga key tasks and responsibilities of the PAMBI managing a protected area like our area, Siargao Island?
If I may, Mr. Chair, what I'll do is I will...
Yes, please, Madam Secretary. Please go ahead.
I will call on ASEC Amaro, Mars Amaro, to explain all the tasks of the PAMBI, Mr. Chair.
Asek, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, Your Honor. The PAMBI is created pursuant to the law, which created the protected areas. And the PAMBI, or the Protected Area Management Board, is tasked to ensure first and foremost that the management of and whatever development or activities that are happening in the park are in accordance with what is prescribed by law and captured by a protected area management plan. So basically, first and foremost, there has to be a protected area management plan. Under the INAIPAS, this covers 10 years. So for those which were enacted in 2018, would have a coverage of 10 years for them to oversee whatever development would be allowed. So basically, the PAMBI is multi-sectoral, from the government, from the non-government organizations, and for academe, if there are academic institutions that are in the area. So yun po yung general rule. So they have to see to it that whatever is happening or bound to happen in the PAs are in accordance with the PA management plan.
Thank you very much, Asek. Yes, a follow-up question on that. So since the PAMBI manages the development, so meaning ano yung gagawin sa isang protected area, in relation to infrastructure projects within the protected area under DPWH, kasama po yun, di ba? Ang PAMBI will give the clearance, approval, pag tama po ba yung project. So if the national project such as DPWH Infra is approved by PAMBI and the contractor secures the appropriate ECC permit, okay na ba yung project mag-proceed without any further legal hurdle?
Madam Secretary, or yes, Asek?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, Your Honor, any project proposal in general is subject to deliberation and action, whether approval or disapproval by the PAMBI. So basically, once it is approved, it will go through the usual route of first securing an environmental compliance certificate, since this is an environmentally critical area. So basically, in the ECC, there are indications of what permits the proponent, in this case the DPWH and or the contractors, would have to secure before they can hit the ground running, so to speak. So yun po yung cue doon. It's not enough that they have the ECC. They should secure local permits, as the case may be, and perhaps other endorsements, as the PAMBI desires. So it will have to be the PAMBI who would put up all these conditions. And those conditions have to be met, one of which is that of the pre and prior informed consent from the NCIP before they can even start working on the ground.
So so that's my question is, if everything is complied with within the PAMBI requirements and the ECC permit requirements, wala na bang ibang legal hurdle? The project can now proceed without any problem?
I believe so, Your Honor. So the next step would be the monitoring, the compliance of the DPWH on the conditions or the permits, as the case may be.
Thank you, sir. So,
Congressman Matugas, in other words, if it is a protected area, activities in the protected areas are allowed, provided they are consonant with the PAMBI approval and the Republic Act.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. So, a follow-up question to that is it still necessary for the contractor to secure a gratuitous permit from the provincial level, even if the area is under INAIPAS and under the management of PAMBI?
That's MGB.
Yeah, may I be clarified, Mr. Chair? Gratuitous permit from the local government unit?
No.
Yes, yeah.
Is looking for the permit for the gravel and sand. MGB yan.
So it's not with the protected area. Not
In
within my...
a protected area, Madam Secretary or Director Oking, the question is, would the proponent still be required to get or to obtain a permit for sand and gravel?
Yes, considering that the protected area is a no mining zone area, right? So gratuitous permit provision is under the Mining Act. So my question is, after complying all the PAMBI and ECC requirements, will still be yeah.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May we request Director Uking to respond?
Director? You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, in the law and regulation, protected area are close to extraction activities, Your Honor. Gratuitous permit is given by the provincial government to supply sand and gravel for government projects. In this case, Your Honor, considering that the area is close to mining, so the proponent should look for alternative areas where they can source their sand and gravel materials, Your Honor.
No, my question is, kailangan pa bang mag-secure ng gratuitous permit considering that a protected area is not a mining area? From my own understanding po, I don't know if I'm correct, na a gratuitous permit provision is under the Mining Act, which covers areas na may mining areas. So in cases of protected areas na walang mining allowed, kailangan pa ba yung gratuitous permit for national projects? So, because if you're saying na no extraction, how will the development proceed since the mandate of DENR in cases of protected areas is protection and development? So, how will you allow development in areas considered as protected under the INAIPAS?
The question, Madam Secretary, can be answered by Director Oking, meaning to say, in the protected area, pag nangangailangan yung, sabi niya, government projects ng sand and gravel, kailangan pa ba, I cannot understand why it's gratuitous permit. If it is undertaken by contractor, it must be with pay. So, please reply na hindi gratuitous permit yung kailangan, kung hindi, yung contractor should get the permit from a permittee, or should get to extract materials to perform the project in a permittee area. But, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, may I request Undersecretary June Adobo to respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Chair. In this particular case, we're talking of a protected area where, yeah. In extreme cases where there will be no other source of aggregates and what have you, I'll give an example. Batanes is, the entire area is a protected area. And it costs them much to import from mainland to Batanes. So, but an Siargao could be the same. No? The most important thing is that the protected area has already a management plan, or a multi-use zone is identified, where limited extraction of natural resources may be allowed. And this will always, of course, require the consent of the board. No? And a technical study from us, whether it would be allowed, not even the way, it would not be the other way around. There has to be assessment that a limited extraction of resources may be done in a protected area, in the multi-use zone. That's the only way we could. But the question is, would it still require gratuitous title? There may be a permitting required, but perhaps gratuitous permit may not be the right.
Sir, if the situation is like this, the PAMBI in its decision to approve the project, included na po yung provision na the contractor can extract. And then the ACC also, there's also an approval sa ACC with the provision na yung contractor can also extract in the protected zone. So if that provision is existing in the PAMBI decision and the ECC permit, would it be, wala nang problema yung contractor? He will just proceed because within the PAMBI decision, there's already provision approved also by the PAMBI na, as you said, there can be a limited extraction that can be done for the project to proceed. Tama po yan ang logic.
May requirement sine qua non, no? That there has been an assessment by a technical study, a scientific study, that limited extraction may be allowed, no? Before it be deliberated, because we'll be asking ECC and all.
In the PAMBI, DENR is represented there, also MGB, if the matter is for extraction of materials. So the question is, since there is already an approval of PAMBI, if it's a government project, extract materials in the area, will it no longer be mandatory to obtain another permit
Yes.
to extract material from another source? Yusek Adobo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the permission of the Secretary. The good congressman may be speaking of an existing
Is it a particular project, Honorable Congressman?
No, the particular project in a protected area such as ours. No, because that's why I'm clarifying, because there are delays already been in all the projects. So since it's a protected area, from my understanding, it is under the management of PAMBI.
Correct.
So you were saying na if there's all the conditions sine qua non have been complied with, and then the PAMBI approved na they can do limited extraction. So from your logic, Yusek, so that means the contractor can now proceed.
With all the requirements.
Yeah, that's right.
Meaning
That's
the
right.
study is there.
Yeah, with the study there, then the PAMBI decided na after the study,
ACC and all.
and the ECC also provided the provision, so the contractor can now proceed.
No, it should be the other way around, no? Not that the ECC put a condition that there be an ECC on a particular activity, because it has to be activity specific. No?
Yeah, agree.
If you talk of extraction in an area, ito critical area, pero nasa nasa multiple use zone, no? hindi lang ECC pag-usapan, the other consideration, the entire impact of the activity in the protected area. So when all these are complied, a specific ECC on the extraction included, that's where I could say yes. No?
Thank you very much, Yusek. I think
Mr.
that's,
Vice
yes,
Honorable Congressman,
Mr. Chairman,
from the,
Mr. Chairman, kaya interject the answer of Yusek Adobo?
you want me to allow you?
If you allow me, Mr.
Of
Chairman.
course.
Thank you, Your
That
Honorable
comes
Mr.
someplace,
Chair,
yes.
and former governor and congressman. I think, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, whenever you extract, despite the permit for the PAMBI, do you mean that you will not ask permits from the governor, from the provincial governor? Because as far as I'm concerned, like the chairman, the congressman behind me from Zamboanga, and me, I was a local chief executive for 9 years, and plus 1 year, for 12 years.
Yes,
And
Mr. Adobo, you may
any
answer.
extraction, whether approved by the PAMBI, they're going to ask a permit from the provincial governor. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Honorable,
yes,
that's true, that's true. The statement earlier, where I said yes, that all the other requirements, no, and that includes requirements, permits given by the local government, all the requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, for the
Okay.
time.
Yes, Madam Secretary, any rejoinder?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, these are very complex decisions to undertake without...
It's hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. So I would request if there are any specific concerns that we be allowed to understand the different
Congressman
features.
Matugas, can you put it
if-
in a simple
And then
written
if we
request?
may, we will
for an
respond
answer?
after we investigate the...
Yes, Madam Secretary, I think it will take so much time if I place it here. I'll just submit the requirement. But just to add for the statement ni Kong JJ, ni Deputy Speaker JJ, is PAMBI, yung provincial government is already part of PAMBI, right? So if we say na the PAMBI approved, that means also the provincial government approved. So kasi redundant na yun, di ba? Kasi,
Your Honor,
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, I was the chairman also of the PAMBI in the province when I was governor. But despite the approval of the PAMBI, when it comes to extraction, you have to ask a permit from the provincial government or the provincial governor, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. That's what I'm doing when I was the provincial governor at the time, the province of Camiguin.
Mr. Chair, if I can also add, regarding gratuitous permits, as a former provincial governor, it can only be used for maintenance of provincial roads.
Provincial road lang yan. Thank you. Next would be, with due respect to our Deputy Speaker, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Three topics, short topics, mostly about putting into record jurisdictional arrangements because a lot of things get confused because of jurisdictions. One is on the ancestral domain. What is your jurisdictional arrangement with NCIP? I saw a lot of memorandum of agreement in the internet, but encapsulated, what is your jurisdictional arrangement?
Mr. Chair, if I may turn over to Yusek Adobo for this response.
We have a separate jurisdiction, Madam.
Yes. But you do, I saw a lot of MOAs. So for you to have had MOAs, that means your jurisdictions are not completely separate. What do you do together and what do you do apart?
Yeah, like the mandate of the NCIP requires permission from that office. Every time we we issue permit, a consent from that office is needed. So that's where we have we have to define that relationship with them, and that's an existing one. And this happens specifically, especially in the forest land, where most of the title and claim are, yes ma'am, are also jurisdiction under the DENR. Specifically on permits, because there are procedures that we require in giving, let's say, resource utilization permit. But NCIP, when they have an adopted, there's a document in a particular CAD-T or CAD-C that allows traditional extraction of resources, we do respect them. No? That's where, in fact, that means that the 705 make it illegal to cut trees in a forest.
Okay, now in my experience, there are, I mean, I don't know if you're doing it now, but in previous administrations, DNR used to give reforestation assistance to the mountain.
Yes, ma'am, to the IPs in
yes.
particular.
So that's part of your jurisdiction.
Yeah, in fact,
Madam Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are current initiatives to actually reconcile and delineate jurisdictions between NCIP.
No, I just have a specific question now.
Yes, ma'am.
I was talking about my experience of assistance to reforestation.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's DNR
Yes, ma'am.
in the indigenous people's areas.
That's the greening.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If I may, Undersecretary Mark Fagada will explain our current initiative regarding this.
Thank you, Madam
No, not
Secretary.
initiative, status. Initiatives will come later. We need a baseline status. So that our discussion is not long. It's not,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. There is a program, specifically the National Greening Program. The NGP focuses on the forest land areas, including the CAD-Ts. Most of the areas of the NGP, because it's far-flung and in the mountains, as Your Honor mentioned, we have our projects there.
okay, so in other words, greening is DNR and not NCIP.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, Your
so
Honor.
that's one clarification.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, permits require prior informed consent through the NCIP.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think those are the most important.
Yes, sir. But Your Honor, if we, for government projects, usually we're trying to settle it to the NCIP because they do not require for an FPIC anymore if it's a government project, but we still need their consent if we are to plant within CAD-T areas.
Okay. And then the other one that may have some overlaps or perceived overlaps anyway between the national government and the local government is on integrated coastal management. So for mangrove projects, for instance, where does the responsibility of the local government begin? Yeah.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. May I turn over to Asek Amaro, please, for the specifics? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, Your Honor. Ma'am. For mangrove, if this is about rehabilitation, it falls within the DNR, particularly through our field offices and guided by the Biodiversity Management Bureau.
All right. So you have talked about two programs being implemented by the DNR.
Yes,
One in the NCIP area and one in the local government area. So do you have a budget for, do you have a sufficient budget for greening and for mangrove projects?
Madam Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Undersecretary Anate will detail the budgets that we have for both projects.
Yusikte, you may answer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have allocated about 2.4 billion pesos, Mr. Chair, for development of about 31,000 hectares for forest development. And that includes mangrove areas, Mr. Chair.
So mangroves and forest land are in the same budget?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa greening po.
For how many thousand hectares?
The target for 2024, Mr. Chair, is about 31,000 hectares of sites. And we will also target maintaining and protecting about 95,000 hectares.
Okay. Now, the other matter where the jurisdiction doesn't seem to be very clear from the ground is on the land use plans. Who's in charge of approving land use plans?
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on land use plans, the LGUs are actually the ones who are...
Who submit?
Yes.
But who approves and who reviews?
Yes, yes. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Madam Secretary.
Formerly HLURB, now the SUD.
So it's HLURB.
The SUD now po.
Department of Housing.
Department of Housing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the former, yeah. So it's housing that approves land use plans. Even if we're talking about rural areas.
Ma'am.
Yes. Hello, Joey. Oo.
Actually, walang department. It's the PLUC which approves it. And DSUD is a member of the PLUC.
Those are my questions. The ones where it's not clear. So you confirm it's a fluke. It's not clear.
It's not a department. It's the PLUC. There's no law. There's no land use law.
Usually sa amin, ma'am, provincial board.
So who approves? And if you're saying that it's the land use commission or whatever it is, under whom is the land use commission? So the approving authority is the provincial board. It's not, doesn't belong to any national government agency. And I believe that's one of the controversies about the proposed land use plan. Because it's going to take away from local autonomy and go to a national agency. And that there will be a creation again of a new commission, another layer of bureaucracy. I guess that's why our national land use plan is not getting passed. I think that's one reason. Okay, I just wanted to point out those questions so that it's on the record who is in charge of what. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. And next would be from the minority, Deputy...
Naunaan pa ako nito.
Una na lang. Wala si Franz Castro, but...
Arlene Rosa.
No. Would you want to take the place of Arlene para matapos na sa minority? Kung Arlene?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ayan, oo. Later na lang pag dumating, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my questions is about dun sa mga reclamation projects, lalong-lalo na sa Manila Bay. Yan. Ilan po yung isinasagawa ng Environmental Impact, EIA? Natanong na ba? At nag-apply ng Environmental Compliance Certificate sa DENR, EMB, kaugnay dito sa buong Pilipinas. And kung may list po kayo o details ng implementation stage, contractors, completion year of the reclamation projects nationwide, and specifically in Manila Bay.
Would you want to reply, Madam Secretary? How many all over the country and how many in Manila Bay? Tama ba yun? Congresswoman
Yes po.
Yes, ma'am, you may reply.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As far as all over the country po, the PRA would be the actual source of that information. in terms of what reclamation projects have already been approved all over the country. In terms of our position po in the Manila Bay area, I will turn over to Yusek Mitch Cuna to actually respond to this question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the Manila Bay area, ma'am, there are 15 projects in the NCR area. And then there are 7 in Region 4A, Mr. Chair.
4A. Okay, Congresswoman, is that reply to
Yes,
your question?
Mr. Chair, ano yung status nung sa Manila Bay? Kasi I've heard, diba, sabi nga ng pinasususpinde itong mga ito. Pero merong, except for one. So ano po itong reclamation project na ito? Hindi nakasama no, sa suspension?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Actually, there has been a clarification made with the Office of the President, and it's all have been suspended. There is no exception. So that's the status right now, ma'am, pending an evaluation of all the existing projects for reclamation in the area. All have been suspended until further pronouncement after the evaluation.
Thank you. In the meantime, can I turn over to Congressman Bongalon, the chair, just for a few minutes. I'm going to the other room. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Alvarez. You may now proceed, Representative Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung sa sinabi ng Pangulo na suspendido ang mga reclamation projects, ano po yung naging klarong guidelines ukol sa utos na ito? Ano pong ginamit ninyo?
Madam Secretary, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the suspension, Mr. Chair, we are now conducting the cumulative impact assessment that is necessary in order to evaluate the total impact of all these projects on our capacity as the DNR to implement, as the lead agency, the mandamus order of the Supreme Court. So at this point po, because of this seemingly possibly contradictory mandates, we do need to abide by the suspension order, and we will be conducting the scientific assessment po.
Mr. Chair, I was asking for the order and the clear guidelines. Meron bang nilabas?
Please respond.
Specific
Madam
on that. Kasi Mr. Chair, nakakabalita pa rin tayo ng mga ulat na sa reclamation, meron pa rin mga activities na nangyayari sa Cavite. Katulad ng Rosario, Noveleta, Tanza, Naik. No? Kaya ang tanong po natin, at saka projects in Manila Bay, may order ba and clear guidelines na ipinalabas?
Mr. Chair, we have based it on the verbal declaration of the President on the need to suspend in order to assess the impact of all these projects. And this will include the 22 as mentioned by Undersecretary Mitch Cuna earlier.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Verbal lang kasi yun eh. So, wala kayong hawak na anything ngayon.
Congressman Brosas, I think the good secretary has mentioned that it was through a verbal statement by the President, and there was no written order issued. Can you confirm that, Madam Secretary?
What we can confirm at this point po, Mr. Chair, is that we have acted on the verbal declaration of the President.
Yes, Congresswoman Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to labor that point na. No, at sinagot naman na tayo. Mr. Chair, there were reports from the U.S. Embassy that there is an involvement of a Chinese construction company to these projects, namely China Communications Constructions. According to them, the state-owned company has already been flagged by the World Bank for fraudulent practices under the Phase 1 of the Philippine National Roads Improvement and Management Project. Ang pahayag po ba ng U.S. Embassy ukol sa construction company na ito ay isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit ipinasuspinde ang reclamation sa Manila Bay, Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary, please respond.
Mr. Chair, we are not in the position to actually speculate what would have made the President make that declaration. So we are just going by his statement that there will be a suspension pending the impact assessment.
Congresswoman Brosas.
So, Mr. Chair, ano po yung tinimbang na dahilan sa pag-suspend ng reclamation?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the President is unique in that he understands the intersections between climate change, the physical environment, our social and economic and ecological conditions in order to sustain our development. And at this point, it is our belief that it is this concern for sustainable development and how we can contribute to the Philippine Development Plan that may have in fact led to the declaration of the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mas maganda nga siguro kung merong order and guidelines kasi makikita natin doon yung pinakadahilan kung bakit pinasususpend in the first place nang hindi rin tayo nag-speculate. Mr. Chair, my second question is on the coastal road and shore protection projects in Gubat, Sorsogon. Mr. Chair, ikinababahala po, second question ko na po ito, other topic, ng mga residente ng Gubat, Sorsogon, ang pagtatayo ng coastal road at shore protection projects sa 13 coastal barangays sa kanilang komunidad sa nabanta sa aquaculture resources na matatagpuan sa coast at sa hanap buhay ng mga mangingisda at mag-aalimango sa lugar. Lahat ba ng ito ay dumaan sa Project Impact Assessment at mayroong Environmental Compliance Certificate or ECC? At ilan po yung mga mangingisda na apektado sa pagtatayo ng coastal road at shore protection projects daw na ito?
Okay, Madam Secretary, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn over to Yusek Mitch Cuna for the response.
Okay. Mitch Cuna, you are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As per the Regional Executive Director of Region 5, Mr. Chair, the project underwent the EIA process and has been issued an ECC, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I have a copy of the ECC application nito? Yung inisyu pala ng DENR.
Mr. Chair, we will readily submit the copy of the ECC.
Please furnish the committee of that copy. Congresswoman Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sa mga proyekto na tulad nito, no, yung Balud del Norte Cota na Daco Cogon o Coastal Road Shore Protection Project sa Barangay Balud del Norte, the DENR EMB Region 5 already slapped a cease and desist last March 16, 2022, while the DPWH project stopped in Barangays Cota and Daco and Cogon. The coastal road projects were still constructed and completed in Barangay Balud del Norte. Tama ba, Mr. Chair? Considering na nag-issue ang DENR ng cease and desist order, anong ginawa aksyon ng DENR dito?
Okay. DENR, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I call on Yusek Mitch Cuna to respond?
Yusek Mitch Cuna.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as the Regional Director of the Environmental Management Bureau of Region 5 is here, and unless I did not get the question correct, Mr. Chair, she said that the project after the CDO did not push through and they were required to comply, which they have not complied with yet at this time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman Brosas, you may wind up your questions, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, i-clear ko lang na stop. Walang coastal road tayong pinag-uusapan ngayon. Na-stop yan, but it was said na completed and constructed. Under dispute pa?
As per the Regional Director of Region 5 EMB, Mr. Chair, the project has not been completed.
Okay. Mr. Chair, last question to. Oo, 53 na magsasaka, mangingisda. Sorry, galing lang po kasi akong DA. So ngayon naman sa 53 na mangingisda at kanilang pamilya na nakatira sa disputed land na inaangkin ng local contractor sa Barangay Cogon sa Sorsogon. Ano ang land classification ng disputed land na ito? Mahalaga pong malaman natin para rin makita kung ang lugar ba ay hindi foreshore or salvage area na hindi dapat ipapatitle, di ba, kapag ka ganon ang classification, Mr. Chair. Ano na ang status nito?
Okay. You
Mr.
please
Chair, if
proceed.
I may, may we respectfully request for more details, Mr. Chair, as the area mentioned is quite a large area, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Yusek Kuna. Congresswoman Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Chair, pwede namang ihabol na lang kasi kasi malamang i-take up ko rin to in plenary if hindi po tayo nasagot. So, yung Penro Sorsogon yata ang merong dito, the Provincial Environmental Natural Resources Office, Sorsogon, yung land classification yung tinatanong ko, yung disputed land ng Barangay Cogon, Penro Sorsogon ang dapat magbigay ng data. May I have that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will confer with the Penro of Sorsogon and get a report as soon as possible and submit to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas. Now we'll proceed to the next interpellator from the majority. May call in Representative Solomon Chunggalaw to start his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the DNR family, headed by the Secretary. I'll go straight to my parochial concern. May I inquire if Director Emeline Talabis of the Land Management Bureau is around?
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, she is here present.
She is present, Congressman Chunggalaw.
Yes, because there is a letter of DBM to the Land Management Bureau for the Land Management Bureau addressed to Director Talabis for them to issue a certification, land area certification for the municipality of Bayuyaw and Aguinaldo for DBM to recompute the internal revenue allocation of Bayuyaw. That was dated September 29, 2022. Hanggang ngayon, the department has not complied with that letter of DBM. May we ask why?
Madam Secretary, kindly respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I call on Director Talabis, who is present, to respond specifically.
You are now recognized, Director.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary. Regarding the concern of Congressman Chunggalaw, we are still, the Land Management Bureau, together with the concerned regional offices, Region 2 and Cordillera Administrative Region, we are still settling that technical issue between the boundary conflict between Mayoyaw and then Diadi and Candon, Isabela. So there are actually three tri-boundary dispute, and the Region 2, I have already forwarded to Region 2 a memorandum to look into the amendment of the political boundary survey. So that was in July, Your Honor. So it's already being looked into by Region 2, Your Honor.
Okay, Representative Chunggalaw.
Director, there is no land dispute from the province of Ifugao with the province of Vizcaya or the province of Ifugao with the province of Isabela. Bakit kailangan yun? The DNR Cordillera already submitted what was required by DBM. Now, DBM is requiring your office to issue that land area certification. When Secretary Panagdaman visited the residents of Bayaw, according to her, they cannot compute the internal revenue allocation kasi yung office niyo has not complied. Bakit isang taon na? The mayor of Bayaw and vice mayor are here because they are frustrated every time they follow it up. Ang sagot ng komisyon niyo for signing hanggang mag-iisang taon for signing. When will we expect that? I would like a very definite answer. Isang taon na yan
Madam Director, please respond.
Opo. Honorable Congressman, Your Honor, we respectfully request for time to settle the technical issues between the boundaries of these municipalities. Madam Chair, we request that maybe we sit down with concerned regions, specifically to speed up the amendment of this boundary survey. So, medyo matagal po kasi ito gawin dahil tinitingnan yung maps, and then we should be very careful in coming up with a report, because kung ano po yung report na ibibigay ng DNR, three municipalities po kasi yung involved. So we would like to be very careful about this, Your Honor. So if we can be allowed to have time extension to do this. Thank you.
Congressman Chunggalao.
Well, I hope it would not be before the budget plenary hearing of this department. Isang taon na yan eh. I got a assurance from the Director of Region 2 to come out to the requirements. There is no dispute on the land area between Bisikaya and Ifugao, and between Ifugao and Isabela. Bakit kailangan yun? So it doesn't take so long. I hope sabi ni Director ng Region 2, by next week they will comply with the requirements. So I hope by next week nandyan na yung requirements. Pwede ba yun, Director? Could we get an assurance?
Director, please respond.
Yes. Yes po, Your Honor. We will do our best, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next question, Secretary, is the forest management program, is it ongoing with DENR?
Madam Secretary.
Mr.
Please
Chair?
respond.
Yes, if I may, I will turn over to Yusek Jonas Leones for the details of this.
Yusek Leones is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the project has already been completed, Mr. Chair.
Eh, bakit last year I was asking, sabi niyo it's still ongoing. I asked that because under the forest management program, 5 lang ang probinsya that was selected, and one of that is Ifugao. Now, the reason for that is my entire province was declared watershed protected area for Magat Dam. I mean, it was forest management program. So, in other words, completed. Masakit ang loob namin kasi mga pondo ng program na yan ma-transfer to another province na wala pa kapilit.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Yusek Leones.
Mr. Chair, the project, in terms of accomplishment, Mr. Chair, the project has already completed. As we mentioned a while ago on the utilization, we are in the process of paying all the IPs or the POs who have accomplished the activities. And the NEDA and the JICA has already agreed to grant us a 1-year extension just to defray or just to settle all the obligations in terms of the accomplishment of the IPs and POs.
In other words, may pondo pa niiwan, di ba? Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but this allocation, remaining allocations have already been committed and obligated for the payment of those IPs who have already accomplished their activities, Mr. Chair.
I think I am not hearing correctly kasi yung puno na iiwan, pwede pa maraming project na pwede dyan eh. I was assured of that last year when I inquired about that in the budget.
Based on our, Mr. Chair,
Yusek Leones.
based on our analysis of the report, Mr. Chair, all the remaining allocations has already been earmarked for just payment of those activities that have already been completed, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Chunggalao, kindly wrap up your questions, please.
I had still one more. Now, anyway, I'll go to that during the plenary. Now, my last question is, President, I can request DENR for DENR to make sure not to declare what police protected the area. The only reason I would like that to be surveyed and declared protected area because Mount Police is a mountain lake. Now that it's a secret of the Banawi restorations, the irrigation, the waters that will water the Banawi restorations come from this mountain lake. that come from the rivers. Kaya yung mga traditions above the rivers. Now, if we will lose that, kawawa naman we will destroy the Panay terrace, which is a UNESCO heritage site. So I would like DENR sana to make sure that it will be surveyed and declared a protected area.
Madam Secretary, please respond.
Mr. Chair, I wish to assure the Honorable Congressman that we will undertake the necessary assessments in order to have this area declared a protected area, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary, because that Mountain Lakes water is also Marlik Mountain Province and Montauk Mountain Province. Saka hindi lang Ifugao. Kaya ito mga Mountain Lake namin at was actually that should be protected because of Bagat Dam. Kasi kung matinid lang yan, kawahan naman na Isabela at Cagayan. Kasi di Bagat Dam comes from Ifugao yung tubig. And it's located in Ifugao. Thank you, Madam Secretary, but I will go back to my first question ng Land Management Bureau. Nandito kasi si Mayor at saka si Vice Mayor. They are frustrated. Director Travis, because every time they fall it up, iyon ang sagot for signing, for more than a year for signing, hanggang ngayon, wala pa. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Chonggalaw. Madam Secretary, kindly make a brief response, and then we'll proceed to the next interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We wish to reassure the Honorable Congressman that we have noted all his concerns. And certainly on the final concern, we're under writ of kalikasan po in this area, and so we would also prefer that this would be declared a protected area. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Now, next to interpellate, may we call in from the independent minority, Congressman Ed Salagman. You are now recognized, Kong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions on the proposed budget of DENR proper. But let me just request the Honorable Secretary to submit in writing the following concern. The parameters, import, and accomplishments of the nationwide greening program, which amounts annually to billions of pesos. May we request that this answer be submitted soonest to the committee, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I wish to reassure the Honorable Congressman that we will, at the soonest possible time, in fact, we do have already a report, and we'll be submitting that to the Honorable Congressman.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, with respect to NAMRIA. I understand the administrator is in isolation, and he's not here, but I wonder whether my question can be answered by Madam Secretary or any official of the department. Yesterday, I asked the Secretary of Foreign Affairs whether they have any data on the magnitude of sovereign Philippine territories in the West Philippine Sea illegally occupied by China, wherein the arbitral decision was in favor of the Philippines and against the spurious claims of China. According to the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, NAMRIA has the data. May we know whether NAMRIA in fact has the data?
Madam Secretary, please respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I confirm that there is data at NAMRIA, and the Deputy of Administrator of NAMRIA is here present, and he can also respond in detail.
Kindly introduce yourself, Madam, before you give your answer.
Good morning, sir. I'm Ofelia Castro, currently OIC Deputy Administrator of NAMRIA.
Okay, please respond.
Can you repeat the question, sir, please?
Does NAMRIA have the actual magnitude of the Philippine sovereign territory in the West Philippine Sea illegally occupied by China against the arbitral award in favor of the Philippines and against spurious claims of China.
Please
Sir,
respond.
Yes, what we have is the boundary of our exclusive economic zone. Yes, and the maritime territory.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, I will refer to Yusek Anate, who also represents us on the task force for the West Philippine Sea.
Yusek, please recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we confirm that we have data, in fact, in the National Task Force West Philippine Sea. The data that being used in the discussion come from the NAMRIA, Mr. Chair.
If you have the data, can you tell us, Mr. Chair, what is the total area awarded to the Philippines under the arbitral award, which is now illegally occupied by China?
Please respond.
In contumacious defiance of the arbitral award.
Please respond. DNR.
Thank
Madam
you.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may recommend that we have an executive session regarding this topic in order to actually address the question of the Honorable Congressman.
Congressman Lagman.
Well, if you have the data, why do we need to have an executive session? Kindly disclose the data now, because we are claiming that China has occupied so much of the territory awarded to the Philippines. My only question is, what is the magnitude of the area occupied by China?
Madam Secretary, kindly respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As advised by our representative on the Task Force West Philippine Sea, we do need clearance from the National Security Council in order for us to release this data.
Congressman Lagman.
So you cannot disclose now the magnitude of the area.
Yes, Madam Secretary, please answer.
Yes, as mentioned by our Deputy Administrator of NAMRIA, we can, of course, provide data on the boundaries of our territorial areas. However, on the actual identification of the illegally occupied, we do need the clearance from the Council.
If you then please get the clearance and submit to this committee the area involved, the magnitude of the area illegally occupied by China.
Madam Secretary, can we comply with the request of the Honorable Lagman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will request the clearance and we will revert immediately po.
Yes, and please furnish the committee of the requested document or data. Thank you.
Both the request for clearance as well as the actual area.
Yes. Kindly take note of that, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well noted.
I have no more further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you,
Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman. Now we'll shift to the majority, and the chair recognizes the Honorable Joey Salceda to start his interpellation.
Good morning, classmate. Lahat ito kasi mga nakasama ko, all of them. Anate, siyempre, tatay nito, CP, all of, no, sino siya? Mas mukha ka daw bata kay sa akin. Oh, please don't charge that to my question. Number one, ma'am. Kaya ako napababa dahil may sinabi na there are 19 convergence areas for water resource management. That means floods, irrigation, and potable water. Can I have a list? CP, where's the list?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I be recognized?
Chair. Uy, tumatakbo ang oras.
Sorry, please, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, we will be able to supply.
Ilan yun?
Actually, 29. Actually,
29. Ilan sa Bicol?
If I may defer
Yes, Madam
to
Secretary.
Undersecretary Carlos David for the details po.
Dr. David, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kong Joey, there are 29. projects that we wish to propose, and these are only for the first 5 provinces that are within the Pampanga area. For Bicol, wala pa at this point.
Galing naman ni GMA.
Wala na kung
Umalis na ba? Okay, number 2 question. Wala pa ako 30 seconds ha. May sarili akong relo. There are 5,957 hectares covered by reclamation permits. If we just use 250,000 per square meter, that's 14.5 trillion. Does the cumulative impact assessment include economics?
Madam Secretary, can you respond?
That is 14.5 trillion, assuming that it is not a master plan development for these 5,797.6 hectares covered by the reclamation.
Please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it includes economics.
Who is doing the economics?
We're still identifying
May I know who is doing the economics in this group?
in the DNR.
Don't you think that there will be negative impacts on the economics
Sir, if I...
because of the suspension?
Yes, please proceed, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of the cumulative impact assessment is in fact to weigh and balance all the different dimensions of the development. And therefore, economics as well as the other social aspects of development are also included in the assessment. This afternoon, Mr. Chair, we are meeting first with the physical scientists who have accepted the challenge of joining us in this team. The next round poll will be a review of the social scientists who may be able to join us in this assessment. We still do not have identified...
Okay, number 2. Okay na ako dyan. I'm sure I can take your word for it. Is there an innovative or creative way of complying with the mandamus by OPOSA, even if we pursue this 5,997.6 hectares of reclamation?
Madam Secretary.
Because it refers to Manila Bay, and the Manila Bay does not stop within the 5,957, which is probably less than 5% of the total area of the Manila Bay.
Yes, Madam
Therefore,
Secretary.
you cannot conveniently use the Supreme Court ruling on the mandamus to stop this.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue of the mandamus, it really is referring to our capacity
Cleanup.
as the DNR to actually implement the cleanup of
Yes.
Manila Bay. At this point, we have advised, in fact, some of the
So
proponents.
which one do you respect? The one that was not reclaimed by Imelda Marcos, or the one that's now being pursued? Which boundaries will you respect for the mandamus? You must remember that the mother of this president was the one who started the reclamation in that area.
Madam Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The mandamus would be the date for our actual baseline, if I may present that to you, Mr.
So
Chair.
beyond Fork Arch Setter.
Yes, po. Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Just to share the information with this honorable body, there is a Manila Bay Sustainable Development Master Plan that was commissioned under the previous administration.
Yes, I've seen that.
It also establishes a baseline reference from which we may be able to work on terms of the cumulative impact assessment.
By just visual, may overlap na ba? With which you can already deny, not just suspend, any of these 22 reclamation projects?
Mr. Chair, if I may, as mentioned by the Honorable Congressman, there may be engineering and design solutions to some of the developments in order...
in complying with the mandamus.
Yes, if I may. To some of the developments in order for us to be able to comply with the mandamus.
No, I'm just telling you because the entire 5,957.6 hectares, the real value of that is half of the GDP of this country. No, just a reminder lang. But the next question is, there is some suspicion that there is pressure being from the from our ally, the United States, simply because one of the projects right behind their embassy is being done by the listed Chinese company. And that's why, in order to provide policy camouflage, you engage all 22. Is that suspicion feasible?
Yes, please respond.
Mr. Chair, this suspicion is beyond our mandate at the DNR. We are here to actually investigate in the compliance to the ECCs and the area clearances granted. There are conditions.
Well, I believe that suspicion. That's just for your information. Suportado niyo na ba yung DWR? Para yung WRMO because it was in the zona?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, we believe that there is a need for an apex body.
So now, is the WRMO and the DWR, because the President was very clear in the SONA that he wants a DWR?
We have always believed that the WRMO will be a transitional body towards the creation of another body to
Okay, so you just need, you believe there's an apex body?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Nakita mo na ba yung fiscal regime for mining? Are you satisfied or are you in favor? Mr. King?
I'm against.
Okay, he's against.
Madam Secretary, kindly respond.
Mr. Chair, we believe that the role of the DNR here is really not to...
That's okay. So this is fiscal regime anyway.
Exactly, Mr. Chair.
So, will you proceed with a possible auction? Inabutan tuloy ako. Possible auction system for awarding of reservations or outside reservations?
Please respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you commit to a policy that to make auction of reservation as the basis for grant of concessions?
Mr. Chair, we are considering that approach.
Can I ask just for 2 minutes? Bibilisan ko na. Ilan ba biosphere sa Pilipinas, ma'am?
Yes, if I may, I'll defer to Asek Amaro here, but we do have biogeographic regions. If I
No,
may.
but this is recognized by UNESCO.
Asek Amaro.
Asek Amaro, you are now recognized. Kindly respond.
Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, I'm sorry, I'm at a loss right now.
There are
but
3.
Yes.
One of which is Salbay. And it is the contribution of the Philippines to the next generation that there will be forest and natural ecosystem so that life as we know it will proceed. So in short, has DNR done anything, because after 10 years of being recognized by UNESCO, has DNR done anything because we're now subject to validation, otherwise we will lose the accreditation by UNESCO?
DNR, kindly comment or respond to that query.
Heritage height, madam.
Tatlo, pati sa iyo, isa pa.
Dalawa ko.
Dalawa ka ba? So, 4 pala.
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We are here to actually support the maintenance of the status of all these biospheres, and hopefully...
Wala ka naman sa budget nakalagay, ma'am eh.
Actually, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, we do have a protected area management budget, and so if these are legislated protected areas, therefore
No,
there
they're
will
not
be funding.
legislated. They are UNESCO recognized. And we went through an entire process in order to get recognized.
So, as confirmed by Yusek Anate, head of our finance, the UNESCO sites
Last 2 questions. Okay na
are
ako.
part of
Para
our
sinasabi ko lang
budget.
sa iyo na sana malagyan mo ng pera. Pangalawa,
Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
ang
Chair.
uso na ngayon, anti-climate change is energy mitigation, and essentially it's about hydrogen. So what is the role of DNR with respect to considering hydrogen as a source of energy and its environmental impacts?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have to develop the capacity to actually manage the environmental impacts and implications of the transition towards hydrogen. And so we are developing that capacity slowly in consultation with our development partners.
Under the Paris Treaty, Paris Agreement, we're supposed to have our own carbon markets, or in other words, our emission markets. So does DNR have already, or at least a body that essentially establishes our own independent, sovereign emission markets
Yes.
Yes, Madam
in
Secretary.
terms of GHG avoidance?
Yes, please proceed.
We are currently developing our own framework and our own mechanisms in order to actually address the need for us to participate in the global carbon market. I would basically also...
So who is in charge, ma'am?
Right now po, Climate Change Service, which is
Si
Sec.
Anate.
Anate. Yes.
Ikaw rin pala pepestehin ko. Okay, so last na, ma'am.
Last question, Congressman Salceda.
Ang sabi ng San Miguel, because I am the principal author of the Bulacan Ecozone, but the Bulacan Air City is already a law. But essentially, given the all the issues surrounding the flooding, as well as, of course, the reclamation, do you consider the SMC activities in the area, especially the 2,700 hectares, do you consider that as reclamation? And therefore, and since you did not suspend it, and therefore it's not?
Okay, Madam Secretary, please respond to the last question of Congressman Salceda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as our information is concerned, we consider this an area of recovery of titled lands that were submerged, that were used as fish ponds originally. And
But-
this is under the project of the DOTR that we are respecting.
But you issued an ECC to it, right?
All projects will have an ECC issued to it. in order
And
to
you have,
proceed.
they have titles to it.
This is our information, yes.
Our reclamation areas have titles prior to reclamation?
Not to our knowledge, Mr. Chair.
Hey, just for your edification, the entire area is, 950 area is fish ponds. These are land na kinalot. Fish pond permanently inundated, 1,100 hectares. Fish pond mud flat with low tide, 231 hectares, and salt pond of 36 hectares. So in short, Madam Chair, I will finish with that because I just want to ensure that once I go to the floor to defend it, DNR is on my side. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you, classmate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Congressman has our assurance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Incidentally, Gilbert is also my classmate. He was always second honors. He never beat me.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Salceda. Now we proceed with the minority. The chair acknowledges Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. Congresswoman, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Usaping reclamation pa rin, Mr. Chair. So bago magkaroon ng reclamation, anumang reclamation in our history, ano po yung area ng Manila Bay?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, if we may, we will actually give that to you in historical context because, as you may know, Intramuros and Luneta are in fact reclaimed areas.
Congressman Castro.
So malaki, no? Mr. Chair, kukuhanin ko rin yung history, no? Kung paano nag-evolve yung mga reclamation. At nakita natin, Mr. Chair, napakaliit na, no, ng Manila Bay. Plus yung 21 pa na reclamation na nagkaroon talaga ng impact. So, although sinasabi natin may mga economic gain tayo dito sa mga reclamation na to, pero kung titignan natin yung environmental impact, yung aesthetic impact, alam niyo po, baka dumating ang panahon, hindi na natin makita yung magandang hinahangaan sa Manila Bay, yung ating sunset, 'di ba? Doon sa Manila Bay. Kaya talaga pong malaki yung impact nitong mga reclamation na 'yan. At positive naman na sinuspend. Okay? At para makita rin natin, mapag-aralan din natin. Pero ano ba yung direksyon nitong pag-aaral na ito? Are you going to stop the reclamation further ng Manila Bay?
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond directly to that question, the scientific team that will do the cumulative impact assessment is still being formed po, as I had released to the public last week. And so the directions that will be taken will be determined by the results of their scientific work. So here we have, as I mentioned po, Mr. Chair, physical and social, as well as, of course, engineering scientists that will be part of this cumulative impact assessment team. We will also be consulting for the information of our Honorable Congresswoman, the National Commission on Culture and Arts. There are historical, cultural, and anthropological concerns regarding also the development of this area, and so we are not leaving that out of our impact assessment.
Okay. Congresswoman
Okay, so
Castro.
sana makasama rin nyo sa pag-aaral, Mr. Chair, yung mga organization ng mga tao na naapektuhan. Hindi lang kasi yun sa NCR, hindi lang kasi sa Manila eh. It covers many provinces, Cavite, Bulacan, di po ba, Bataan, etc., na ma-consider din. So, halimbawa, ito pong inaprubahan namin na SMC Airport. Kasama din pa dito yung pag-aaralan ninyo yung the environmental impact. Kasama rin po ba yan? Yung airport na ginagawa, yung impact nito doon sa ating environment. Kasama rin po ba?
As an ongoing national project po, we will be, of course, monitoring the environmental impact of the airport project. We do respect the lead of the DOTR and, of course, the parties involved in the Bulacan airport development. However, we do also perform our task in terms of environmental monitoring and ensuring that compliance is actually observed.
So, aasahan po natin na yung San Miguel Corporation's Etropolis project po ay kasama rin po doon sa assessment ninyo, together with the suspended 21 na reclamation project.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be continuous monitoring of this project. We do not regard it as among the reclamation projects. As mentioned po, Mr. Chair, Honorable Congresswoman, earlier, this is a national government project, recovery of fish pond areas that were titled. They will require constant monitoring in terms of the implementation. It will be a separate initiative on the part of the DNR and undertaking in order to monitor this project environmentally.
Congresswoman Castro.
Okay, so parang iniiwasan, Mr. Chair, yung sagutin. 'Di ba dahil inisyuhan niyo rin 'to ng ECC eh. So malaki ang area na sasakupin nitong project na ito. At bago ito na-aprubahan, sinasabi natin sa interpellation natin, yung problema natin dun sa environmental impact din nito. So bakit parang sinasabi nyo, hindi nyo masagot ng diretso kung ito rin isasama ninyo doon sa pag-assess sa environmental impact. Kasi nakita na nga natin yung flooding eh. Di ba? Na isa rin siguro itong factor. So would you answer that categorically kung isasama nyo rin po ito? Kasi lahat naman dapat monitor natin, di ba? So, yan lang yung the least that you could do.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. They are already undergoing continuous monitoring po because it's an ongoing project and therefore, hindi po iniiwasan ng DNR ang mandato po namin. We are undertaking continuous monitoring environmentally of this project. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Franz.
Okay. Next po, tungkol sa Manila Bay Rehabilitation. By the way, meron pa rin po ba kayong mga reclamation project po, hindi lang po dito sa Manila? Like yung sa Cebu or sa iba pang mga probinsya. So are you undergoing monitoring din po or assessment environmental impact doon sa iba pa? Kung meron, Mr. Chair, hindi na kailangan sagutin kasi alam na natin kung saan yan. Could you submit that before the plenary session po? No? Hindi lang po Manila, kundi yung sa iba pang lugar.
Okay.
Okay, next, ano po yung plano ninyo dito sa 1.4 billion na rehabilitation? So, meron po ba?
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I'll turn over to Undersecretary Jonas Leones for the utilization of the budget. Thank
Yes, Yusek Leones, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. For the 2024 budget allocation of 1.3 billion, we will still continue, Mr. Chair, the implementation of continuous rehabilitation of Manila Bay by establishing or construction of additional STPs in areas where we find there is high pollution. We will be undertaking also clearing and grabbing of esteros And we will be enforcing our environmental laws like recovery of easements and coordinate with other agencies for the possible resettlement of the informal settlers residing along the esteros connecting to Manila Bay, Mr. Chair.
Well, taon-taon naman, Mr. Chair, no, may budget para sa Manila Bay rehabilitation. So could you provide us noong mga ginawa nyo na for the past years nitong rehabilitation ng Manila Bay? Kasi para makita natin kung baka paulit-ulit na lang yan or the same, yung lugar or whatever. Pasubmit na lang po before the plenary. Okay, next, Mr. Chair, familiar ba kayo doon sa mga aerial strikes, indiscriminate bombing, and other military operations that are taking place near our biodiversity areas and protected areas? Magbibigay po ako ng example. Yung aerial bombing na ginawa ng militar doon sa Mount Hilong-Hilong, November yan, 2022. At saka sa Mindoro bombings no October 2022. So familiar po ba kayo doon? At ano po yung ginawa natin para maprotektahan? Hindi ko po ina-undermine yung Siyempre, apektado yung mga community dyan. So ano po particular yung ginawa natin doon para protectionan yung biodiversity sa lugar?
Before the good secretary respond, may I remind that you still have 30 seconds left for questioning. Madam Secretary, please respond.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for that information. We would be very grateful for the details of those incidents from the Honorable Congresswoman, and we will certainly look into this and report back to her on what were the results of our investigation.
Okay. Congresswoman Castro.
Ano po, hindi nyo alam yon? Hindi nyo po alam yung mga aerial bombings?
We do not have formal reports of the aerial bombings, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman France.
Well, very disappointing, no? Kasi maraming tayong mga biodiversity areas and protected areas na tinamaan nitong mga military operations na to. And I advise the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to look on this. Tingnan niyo po ito, no? Yung Mount Hilong-Hilong, tsaka yung sa Mindoro bombings. So yun po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
At bago ako magtapos, Mr. Chair, regarding dun sa Manila Bay rehabilitation, can you submit to us, to our committee, with this representation, yung audited report ng rehabilitation ng Manila Bay, yung rehabilitation budget nyo doon sa Manila Bay. At siguro bago mag-plenary, Mr. Chair, marinig ko na rin yung report from the DENR regarding doon sa sinabi nating mga indiscriminate aerial bombing doon sa mga lugar na sinabi ko. Imbestigahan niyo yon, anong nangyari, at magbigay po kayo ng report sa committee. Pwede po ba, Secretary?
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we reassure Madam Congresswoman that we will be doing as she has advised.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman France Castro. Now, we proceed to the next interpellator. The Chair recognizes Vice Chairperson Chodorico Haresco. Kong, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. To our Senior Vice Chair, Stella Kimbo. Again, Madam Secretary, welcome po sa House, and all my friends and colleagues sa DNR. As one of your co-sponsors, mukhang perpetual co-sponsor, I would like to express my gentle reminder to DNR that in less than 12 months, babalik na naman kayo dito. And also that the President's major article in the SONA was climate change and greening. I have three major concerns, Madam Secretary. The first is your department's unique contribution to the global stage on climate change. Second, in the Mindoro oil spill, who is responsible for claiming from the international body the oil spill stabilization fund? In my calculation, that was $328,000. And my second major concern is being an accountant, Madam Secretary. Your obligation rate, the average from 2016 to 2022 was 94.36%. But the first quarter of this year, your obligation rate was 25.18%. Your disbursement rate average from 2016 to 2022, 79.25%. But on the first quarter of this year, your disbursement rate fell to an outstanding 13.44%. The appropriations given by our beloved President is more or less flat. There is no remarkable slash in the DLR budget, converging with the President's SONA. And on the local issue, there is a protected area in Aklan, some 600 hectares. And that 600 hectares provide the water to Boracay. Boracay contributes some 59 billion per year. On this year alone, the target of DOT was 1.7 million tourists the whole of 2023, but by July 4, we reached 1.7 million tourists. That means without any adverse environmental impact, the revenues are coming in. And we need for that forest 600 hectares, Madam Secretary, siguro we need a hair transplant because there are patches of baldness in the 600 hectares and perhaps some bamboo reforestation, the giant ones from China or something, so that it can be easily replenished. And that 600 hectares, kung pwede, Madam Secretary, maibalik po ang 100 forest guards. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Again, welcome to the House.
Okay. Madam Secretary, can you respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. In response to the Honorable Congressman, as far as the global contribution of the DNR to the climate change issue, the President has appointed me, Mr. Chair, as his representative in the Climate Change Commission. So I now currently also participate in the activities of the Climate Change Commission. But he has so far appointed this representation to 5 major global conferences that all have climate change importance. The Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the UN Global Water Conference, the UN COP15 for CBD, the Convention on Biodiversity, which also touched on climate and water, and the Sendai Framework Midterm Review in New York earlier this year. This group also inside the DNR, in terms of the Climate Change Information Service, is now spearheading the completion of the greenhouse gas inventory, the National Adaptation Plan, and the implementation plan of our operationalization plan of our nationally determined contributions. So we now lead practically most of the activities of the Climate Change Commission in terms of the substantive delivery of the documentation and commitments that we have made to the global community in terms of climate change. We also are involved in the loss and damage calculation together with NEDA and other departments and agencies of government. If I may, on the Mindoro oil spill, the claiming of that fund is not within the DNR's purview. It would be, if I'm not mistaken, we have our task force incident commander here. Susek Ernie? Oh, she stepped out. If I may defer the response, we do have our incident commander on the Mindoro oil spill here, Mr. Chair. She can respond to who should be the claimant on this fund, and it would not be the DNR. In all probability, it would be the DOJ who would be pursuing this claim. And thirdly, if I may now refer to Yusek Anate, who heads our financial unit, to discuss the obligation rate, Mr. Chair, and the utilization rate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Vice Chair, would that be the last question?
Madam Secretary, again, Boracay, which has already a global brand, depends on the 600 hectares protected area. So kung pwede lang po ma-continue ang forest guards, but for 4 years I've been waiting for reforestation.
Okay, thank you. That's
My
the
apologies,
final
Mr.
bell.
Chair,
And
yes.
Madam Secretary,
I
please respond.
wish to reassure the Honorable Congressman that we will look into the 600 hectares immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. The next to interpolate, Representative Jervil Luistro. You are now recognized, Congresswoman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our guest from the DNR. Towards having a better life, we need to welcome industrialization. However, this is subject to the constitutionally guaranteed right of every Filipino citizen to have a balanced and healthful ecology. In Batangas 2nd District, there are barangays, San Juan, Santo Niño, Mainaga, Calamyas, all in the municipality of Mapini. The bulk of industrialization in the town is located in the area. And indeed, there are 2 huge operations. However, this representation is not certain whether it is quarry, reclamation, or site development. One is by MTDI, Mabini Terminal Development Authority. The other, I am not certain, but there are rumors that it is the brothers of the incumbent mayor, Villanueva Brothers or Vilbros. These are the same people who are recently arrested and detained for illegal possession of explosives and firearms. Indeed, these companies have been causing huge amount of dust emission to the residents of 4 barangays. Sobrang gabok kung panahon ng tag-init at sobrang putik kung panahon ng tag-ulan. Ang sabi nila, ang kapalaran nakadepende na lamang sa direksyon ng hangin. And true enough, there is a lot of residents, especially children and senior, now suffering already from respiratory illnesses, not to mention the mess of dust or mud you see all over the area. It is on this light that I wish to understand who are these companies, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Madam Secretary, kindly respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will refer this to Yusek Mitch Kuna, the Supervising Undersecretary for the Environment.
Yusek Michkuna, please respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, I just spoke to the Regional Executive Director. Would it be acceptable to the Honorable Congresswoman if we submitted a full report on this?
That will be acceptable, Mr. Chair. If I may proceed.
Yes,
may
please
we
proceed.
know, Mr. Chair, the conditions attached to the ECC that you issue to companies similar to this?
We will include that, even the copies of the ECCs as part of our submissions, Mr. Chair.
I hope this one we can yield an answer. Do we have a tripartite monitoring team which is supposed to monitor their compliance?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair, as per the Regional Executive Director.
We will be looking forward to hearing from the DNR very soon on this issue. Before the plenary, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we assure the Honorable Committee, Mr. Chair, that we will submit all the required documents to the committee as soon as we can.
Okay.
Moving forward, Mr. Chair, last budget hearing, I solicited the help of the DNR relative to the tripartite agreement between and among the DNR, PNP, and LGU Mabini pertaining to the use of salvage zone in Solo, Mabini, Batangas. In compliance to the MOA, DNR allowed the use of salvage zone. PNP put up the PNP Maritime Office. However, the LGU Mabini, since its inception up to the present, continues to defy its obligation under the MOA as the area designated for Municipal Tourism Office continues to be occupied by private individuals. To be specific, the same brothers of the incumbent mayor, still, the Villanueva brothers or Vilbros. Worse, there are even reports, although unverified, that these private individuals even sold portions of the area or rights to use the salvage zone to other parties. An illegal occupant is selling a portion of salvage zone or the right over it. How can we allow this, Mr. Chair?
Okay, Madam Secretary, kindly respond to that question.
Mr. Chair, I will turn over to Yusek Michikuna for the direct
Okay,
response.
Yusek, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just been informed, Mr. Chair, that by the Regional Executive Director that the LGU has actually manifested already its intention to withdraw from the Memorandum of Agreement. And I gave instructions for this to be actually implemented as soon as possible, Mr. Chair.
And in addition to the withdrawal, what do we expect from the DNR? I wish to anticipate that the occupation and construction existing in the area are illegal per se. So we need to do something about this. And if I may add, Mr. Chair, prior to this MOA, the salvage zone is occupied and utilized by locals for community fishing and family swimming. Marami pong mangingisda ang nawala ng trabaho at pamilya na nagutom dahil sa MOA na ito. And I do not understand why for a period of more than 15 years, we are allowing these private individuals to exclusively use the salvage zone and worse, to sell portions of it or rights over it in favor of the other parties. Mr. Chair?
Okay. Madam Secretary.
Yes, I will turn over to Yusek Michikuna for the direct response, Mr. Chair.
Yusek Kuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are actually, the regional office is actually preparing for the filing of ejectment cases against the illegal occupants now, Madam Chair.
To be more specific, Mr. Chair, may I ask the DNR, malakas po ba ang Villanueva brothers sa DNR why they continue to occupy and possess the salvage zone?
Okay. Before we, the good Undersecretary respond, the Congresswoman has 30 seconds left to question. Okay, kindly respond, Yusek Kuna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair, hindi naman po malakas sa DNR. Actually, I don't know them personally. The local government units, we're just going through a process, I guess, after complete validation, Mr. Chair.
For the last question, Mr. Chair, before this representation became a member of the HOR, that is 2020 to 2021, I assisted 2 companies in facilitating miscellaneous lease. One is in Bagalangit and the other is in Maynaga, both in Mabini. And for Bagalangit, the same is still being issued a provisional contract. I wish to ask, are we complying with ARTA? Because 3 years have passed already.
Please respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll turn over to Yusek Michikuna for the direct response.
Yusek Kuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The reason behind issuing provisional permits, Mr. Chair, is that so the activities can already begin by the proponent since the application for other instruments, for instance, like a foreshore list, take a lot of time and a lot of other requirements. And as soon as they have completed all the requirements, we will be already issuing the...
For the record, Mr. Chair, I personally assisted these companies in complying the requirements, and I am personally aware that they are compliant with those.
Yusek Kuna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're having a they're having a difficulty obtaining the mayor's permit, Mr. Chair.
For the last question, Mr. Chair, I hope I can be given 1 more minute.
Yes, last question, Congresswoman
With
Luistro.
respect to Mainaga miscellaneous lease, the processing was suspended on the ground that the LGU Mabini issued an opposition. But apparently, since 2007 to 2016, under the same incumbent mayor, there has been no initiative in pursuing the same. So my question to DNR is, how do we assess when the opposition is genuine or when the opposition is merely political harassment?
DNR, please respond to the last question of Congresswoman Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The requirement for the mayor's permit, Mr. Chair, is the DNR's compliance with the checklist as provided by policy. So that is, I understand, Mr. Chair, where the good Congresswoman is coming from, but that is the situation, and probably we can call it a predicament that we're in this particular instance.
Mr. Chair, I wish to understand that the power to issue business permit must not be exercised arbitrarily, and the DNR has the full power to intervene when they're going beyond the ambits of the law already. To finally conclude, Mr. Chair, let me just articulate my concerns is not about politics. This is a fulfillment of a duty. Ako po ay taga Mabini. I cannot be an effective voice of the people of Batangas 2nd District if I cannot be an effective voice of the people of Mapini. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Now we proceed to the next interpellator. The chair recognizes Vice Chairperson Jose Joboy Aquino. You are now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before anything else, I'd like to inform everybody here that I'm a bypass patient. So anything happens to me, you guys are responsible. Bilis kasi ng takbo natin, Mr. Chairman.
Last 5 minutes.
No, really, I am. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the Secretary, good Secretary of the DENR, regarding the ODA-funded projects.
Kindly respond to the query, Madam Secretary.
May I know from the good Secretary, the DENR projects are funded under ODA, their status of implementations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please respond.
I will defer to Yusek Jonas, who leads our international relations and foreign assistance projects.
Okay, Yusek Leones is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on our record, Mr. Chair, we have a total 34 of ongoing projects, and we have 16 under the hard pipeline. We have projects, ODA projects, ongoing under biodiversity. There are 9 projects. Lands, 0. Forestry, 7 projects. Projects related to climate change, 2. Environment, 12. Mining, 1. Water, 2. Under the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, 1. So the amount of ODA for ongoing projects amount to 6.4 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. For the hard pipeline, we have 16 projects under this pipeline. Approximately, Mr. Chair, we have the amount is 14.0 billion, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Aquino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have here also a copy from NEDA in regards to the ODA-funded projects of DENR. No? And, Mr. Chair, it shows from the data given by NEDA that DENR ODA-funded projects, some are behind schedule, no? Way back 2013, but this is up to 2027. I would like to know the reason for this, maybe in writing na lang. No? Also, and how does the agency address the delays of this ODA-funded? Number 3, data reveals also that DENR has only a disbursement rate of 52.03% of the loan proceeds under the ODA funds. And why is it that the agency has a low disbursement rate? Again, in writing na lang. Let's go to WPS. Madam Secretary, no, I have been hearing extraction of lands from different islands of the Philippines, no, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. My question is, are we sure that those being extracted are not the ones delivered in maybe any islands, WPS, West Philippine Sea, because this is of national concern. This is a concern for all of us in the future or maybe in the near future. We might be, sorry to say this, we might be using it for ourselves, for our family. Baka ho gamitin to sa atin. No? And concern ko lang sana, very strict ang monitoring nyo, that it doesn't go there. Kasi pagdating minsan sa out na ng sinasabi natin yung sinasabi na dash 9 line, na they're saying that it's theirs, iba naman yung atin. But pagdating doon, wala naman, I mean, DENR, konti lang, up to where lang, ilang kilometers lang makikita nyo. I think there should be a stricter monitoring kung saan itong papunta. Dapat pang construction lang talaga dapat build lang natin sa sariling lugar natin. I'm sorry to say this, but I do believe that there were extraction that was sent. Masakit. Pero now is the time to really seriously take a look at this and be strict about it. Where our kababayans, our Coast Guard is being bullied already. No, it didn't happen before. Itong just 2 weeks ago. Diba? There were water cannon. Hindi pa nangyari yan. Coast Guard na natin yon. May Philippine flag. No? It's time to wake up, really. Very time to wake up. Lastly, Madam Secretary, I need this now. No? In our region, just like to ask if there is still illegal logging. Can we hear a report? Because it's been 1 year, I have not received anything, a report or whatsoever. Well, just this morning and the other day, somebody from the regional office wanted to talk to me. So, it should not be like that. No? From time to time, there should be a communication. But, that happened. So now I'm asking if illegal logging is still there. And if there's a report, para at least we can monitor, we can police, help the DENR. As I've said, I grew up so many years in logging, and I know the in and outs of logging. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Congressman Aquino. Madam Secretary, can you respond?
Sorry. Okay.
Yes, please respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If I may, I will respond to the second matter, which is the concern of the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair, about the materials being used possibly on the establishing of some illegal islands and structures in the West Philippine Sea. At this moment, Mr. Chair, just to share with this august body, we are, of course, also working with the Department of National Defense, the Department of Interior and Local Government to actually begin to more closely monitor the activities of extraction everywhere in the country. We are hampered by the lack of resources. We do not even have the necessary speed boats to monitor even the Manila Bay. And this is something that we are trying to actually fix at this point. No? However, we have established in the DNR a geospatial database office. This office utilizes satellite imagery to monitor changes in the landscape and in the seascapes of our area. And because we have access to imagery and to analytical tools, we are able to detect changes that have been happening in our territory. And so with the help of the Philippine Space Agency and other space agencies from different cooperating countries, we are able to detect. As far as enforcement, Mr. Chair, we do defer to, of course, our civilian and armed services in order to enforce the sovereignty of our territories. On monitoring extraction in particular, we are trying to also apply certain artificial intelligence tools to analyze where, in fact, are the areas that may be at risk because of extraction, whether legal or not. We are now capable, due to the establishing of this office, to overlay the technical descriptions of permits onto the specific landscapes and coastal areas to determine whether certain activities that are detected using satellite imagery and by ground information are within the permits that have been granted. So we are able to detect, in other words, illegal activity as well. Enforcement capability is our main difficulty, and we do have an enforcement unit which we have long been pending here in the House, a bill to actually establish it as a bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. It is now only an office, a unit, and we are in dire need of shoring that up institutionally in order to strengthen our enforcement. On the issue of ODA utilization, I will defer to Yusek Jonas for his comments. And on the issue of logging in Agusan, Mr. Chair, I will call on Assistant Secretary Asek Arle Adorable to actually respond to that. We do have a monitoring of illegal logging hotspots, and there is at this point a discussion on how we might revive the illegal logging task force, but also to enlarge that to include other environmental crimes. So if I may, I will defer to Yusek Jonas on the ODA.
Yusek Jonas, please proceed. Yes, Congressman Aquino.
Just in writing, ma'am.
Okay.
In writing.
In writing.
So I will see, I will be able to see if it's complete or not.
Yes, po.
As I've said, I grew up in that province and I know the in and outs.
Yes, po.
Yes, the Senior Vice Chairperson is recognized.
If I may add to your list of data requirements, can you please add the cost of commitment fees and interest fees for those projects in delay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last question, Congressman Joboy.
Yeah, last question, Madam Secretary. On the proposed, on the National Expenditure Program, we have on page 19, under Department of Environment and Natural Resources, under capital outlays, there's a proposed 46 million for Regional Office 13 proper. May we know from the good secretary what is this proposed?
Yes, before the good secretary will respond, that would be the last question, Congressman
Yeah,
Aquino.
that's the last
Thank you.
question.
Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn over to Undersecretary for Field Operations Mindanao for this answer, Yusek Mark Fragada.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Your Honor, I think that outlays for the renovation of the regional office, construction of the regional office building.
And this is the total amount of the construction? The 46 million?
It's part of the second phase, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is for the final, second part na eh.
Yes, Your
Yeah.
Honor.
Okay. I just want to put that on record that this is the second and
phase.
final.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Aquino. Now we proceed to the next interpellator. The chair recognizes Representative Maria Alana Santos. Congresswoman, please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and of course, our good Secretary, Secretary Lanzaga, and our fellow DNRs. My question just goes like this. It is regarding the infrastructure projects in environmental protected areas, particularly in watershed areas. First, what parameters do we have in place in assessing such areas as potential source for hydroelectric power? Second, what is the requirements that private energy companies need to submit to operate a hydro power plant in environmental critical projects? And if these companies do not comply with these requirements, what actions does the DENR take against non-compliant companies against hydroelectric power plants?
Madam Secretary, kindly respond to those to the three questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will defer this to ASEC Mars Amaro and USEC Juna Dobo for the specific answers on protected area requirements for infrastructure projects and on the legality and legal requirements for infrastructure in PAs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
ASEC Amaro, you are recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, Your Honor. Basically, under the INAIPAS, there are allowable projects, and I believe depending on the capacity, hydroelectric plants are one of those allowed, subject to the usual process of determining their feasibility and their likely impacts in terms of their establishment. So basically, this will go through the usual review, depending on perhaps what is in the protected area. It would help much, Your Honor, if we can zero in on the protected area, because that would provide for us with better guidance in terms of what will be the requirements. If, since I believe your honorable representation is from Region 12, would it be in Mount Apo Natural Park that you'll be referring to?
No, it is the watershed in Alamada, Libungan.
In the Alamada, Libungan. Basically, the areas were determined and designated as watershed reserves because of their potential for water-based projects such as for irrigation and in the process with power generation. So I guess that's the reason why these were considered as parts of the initial components of the National Integrated Protected Area System. So pasok po siya doon sa rationale, sa justification in putting up these areas. But then again, we will go through the specifics in terms of the Protected Area Management Plan where this can be situated, because there are areas which were designated as off limits, strict protection zone. But for the multipurpose zone, I believe this would be allowed.
Yusek, just a follow-up question to that. Before anything will be constructed in the watershed area, which is protected by the DNR, isn't ECC must be secured in the PAMBI before any construction takes place?
Yes, Madam. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Madam Secretary, I guess it's already a common knowledge that before you start hitting the ground and doing anything, you should have secured all the necessary clearances, endorsements, as well as the permits. Yes, please.
Thank you, Yusek. Actually, that is my point. Ay, ASEC po. Thank you po, ASEC. Actually, that's my point. No? Having said that, we are concerned about, this concern actually raised last year. Regarding the Alamada Hydroelectric Power Plant of the Euro Hydropower Asia Holding established in Cotabato that was allowed to construct the power plant without even securing the PMB or BAMPI clearance or the ECC. However, despite not them being able to secure those certificates, I want to put into record, Madam Secretary, and of course, Mr. Chair, that the Eurohydro was issued the power service contract in 2012, and the certificate of confirmation of commerciality in 2016 without even securing an ECC and the PMB clearance. The ECC was released only in 2021. Late na po ito, and it shows hindi compliant ang Eurohydro. Was the DNR even aware about this issue? And shouldn't there be sanctions to the Eurohydro for actually starting the construction and even securing? They've already discussed a lot of things. Actually, this is out of record po kasi hindi po dapat ito mention, pero they were issued, they were actually allowed to supply electricity already to the province of Cotabato because they were already nagpa-notarize po kasi sila ng what do you call this? Certification. Kaya marami na po silang na-bypass when it comes to DNR. And what are your actions to actually address this? 2012 and 2016, meron sila na-secure from DOE. So this is actually a concern with DOE and DNR. No? So 2021 na po sila nakabigay ng ECC and they're not even complying the reports na kailangan po i-submit every year for the ECC. So what is the action DNR is gonna do? Or what are the penalties that DNR will actually impose upon the Eurohydro that is taking place or is actually constructed in Cotabato?
Okay, can we hear from the good secretary? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I turn over to Yusek Mark Fragada to respond in detail, there was an ACC and an area clearance, we understand, in 2020, but it was withdrawn. And actually returned for further amendment. But I'll turn over to Yusek Mark Fragada for the detailed response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Actually, we took a look at that issue because I remember last year, it was the same issue raised by the good Congresswoman. And as mentioned by the good Secretary, we already called back the issuance of the PAMB clearance because we did realize when we looked at the issue that the proponent is truly required to secure current PAMB clearance for this area, number one. Number two, as of now, it is non-operational and we are keeping people around the area to make sure that it's not operational. But seeing that there is a mention of supplying power already, we will continue to investigate and make sure that there is no power supplied to the grid. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just a follow-up question. However, my other question was, what will you do about the 2012 and the 2016 permits that they were actually able to acquire to even construct the power plant without the ECC? As mentioned by ASEC, the ECC had to be placed before any construction or other operation to actually take place and given by the DOE.
Okay. Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Yes, we'll take a look at it, but just to correct the procedure, a PAMB clearance is first required if a project is inside the protected area. So we will take a look at the procedure and the processes, then we will investigate also the possible sanctions that we may actually imply in this particular incident.
Okay. Congresswoman Sam, kindly wind up your questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, may I just request the DNR to submit and provide our committee, the Committee of Appropriation, regarding the following actions they want to take place regarding the said documents, which we will also be giving a copy of, para nga po ma-address din nila ang issue na yun. So that these bypass, when it comes to acquiring documents from the DNR before it actually is allowed to implement any projects from the private sector would be addressed not only in Cotabato but in the whole Philippines. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you. The good secretary, can the
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note with gratitude that the topic that was brought up and the issue that's brought up between the convergence and the coherence between two departments, the DOE and the DNR. We are under this administration working very closely with the DOE in order for us to ensure energy security for the country. While this may not have been present in the past, under this administration, there is a very clear attempt to provide that coherence and synergy between the different departments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Now, we proceed to the next interpolator. The Chair recognizes Representative Mark Go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, and the members of DNR. I have some questions. First, I look at the budget that you have presented earlier and compare this with the budget as released in the NEP. We were given copies of this, and it appears that the total budget of DNR is not 24 billion pesos. It's actually more than 25 billion pesos, because this includes the automatic appropriation of 1.2 billion. I would like to know, ma'am, saan po mapupunta yung 1.1 automatic appropriation?